presentation of Fox Sports.
We are Baltimore. We are Arizona.
It's a Saturday night at the ballpark. Zach Greinke bobblehead night with the real thing set to rejoin the D-backs rotation coming up next week in New York. Tonight, it's Patrick Corbin on the mound against Milwaukee's Ben Garza. The D-backs and the Brewers on Fox Sports Arizona. Good evening from Chase Field. Welcome to the broadcast. Steve Berthiaume and Bob Brenly along the way. The Diamondbacks tonight with a chance to clinch a series win after last night's walk-off winner, led Bob once again by Yasmani Tomas.
Yeah, you know, partner, every player goes through peaks and valleys over the course of the season. Right now, Yasmani Tomas is on top of the mountain over his last 16 games. This guy's hit .377 with 8 homers, 6 doubles, 14 runs driven in. He scored 13 runs. He's been involved in everything good offensively.
2 more home runs last night for Tomas's 6th multi-homer game this year, and his first here at Chase Field. We got our first glimpse last night of the Brewers' prize shortstop prospect Orlando Arcia. Got his first major league hit, an RBI single.
Yeah, pretty good-looking athletic talent out there at shortstop for the Brewers. Been waiting a while to see this young man. Everything he hit last night was to right field, including his first base hit. Drove in a run with that one, and a very athletic play at second base just to save an error on an errant throw right there, coming from the shortstop position to cover second base on his shift. Very, very athletic young man.
Yeah, looks good. Just turned 22 years old, and he's back in there tonight. So it's Garza and Corbin, the Brewers, and the Diamondbacks. First pitch coming up on Zach Greinke bobblehead night at Chase Field. Arizona Diamondbacks baseball on Fox Sports Arizona is brought to you by CenturyLink. Switch to CenturyLink Prism TV for an advanced TV experience. Learn more at cprismtv.com. By Jack in the Box. Taste the all-new Double Jack Burger today, only at Jack in the Box. By Oregano. Step up to the plate for a guaranteed home run at Oregano's, your neighborhood pizza joint, location statewide. And by your Valley Honda dealers, where you get more standard features for less money. on Fox Sports Arizona is brought to you by Lone Butte Casino. Get in on big wins. By Chaz Roberts Air Conditioning and Plumbing. Choose Chaz. And by Gigablast, 100 times more powerful internet from Cox. Bring on tomorrow. Inside Chase Field here in downtown Phoenix, just about set to go. Patrick Corbin, best in a million universes. He's up against Matt Garza. It's the D-backs and the Brewers coming up next. Good crowd with us tonight inside Chase Field. The roof and the panels are closed. A very comfortable 79 degrees here inside. Downtown Phoenix, the second of a three-game set. The Diamondbacks and Craig Counsell's Milwaukee Brewers. The Brewers have played 17 road series this year and won only 2 of those series. Diamondbacks have a chance to clinch this one tonight.
And here's how manager Craig Counsell will line them up tonight. Jonathan VR playing third base. Orlando Arcia at shortstop. Ryan Braun out in left field. Hernan Perez out in right field. Chris Carter at first base. Scooter Gennett at second. Keon Broxton out in center field with Martin Maldonado doing the catching for veteran right-hander Matt Garza.
And the Diamondbacks take the field on Zach Greinke bobblehead night here at the ballpark. 20,000 Zach Greinke bobbleheads handed out to Diamondback fans. And your Arizona Ford starter for the D-backs tonight with Greinke due back next week. It's Patrick Corbin. No pitcher in baseball has given up more runs this season than Patrick Corbin. It's been a struggle. 4-10. The ERA is 5.30. He has won just once in his last 10 starts.
Yeah, last time out against the Dodgers, his defense didn't help him too much, and the start before that against the Brewers got 2 quick outs in the first inning, then a walk, 2 base hits, another walk, and 2 more base hits, and the Brewers have put 3 runs on the board after 2 outs in the first inning. Needs to really shorten up that first inning, keep the pitch count down.
Well, Patrick says he's feeling good physically. He likes the way the ball's been coming out of his hand the last 2 games, so we're optimistic about his chances tonight. The defense around him, our Eye on Defense, is brought to you by Nationwide Vision Centers.
That's Manny Tomas in right field. We'll explain that in a moment. Michael Bourne in center field with Brandon Drury playing left field tonight. It'll be Lamb and Owings on the left side of the infield with Segura and Goldschmidt on the right side. Wellington Castillo's last night's walk-off hero behind the plate, and Patrick Corbin, the lefty, on the mound.
David Peralta was in the original starting lineup, but a late scratch. He banged up his wrist making that catch against the fence last night. John Tumpane is behind the plate. He'll have the balls and strikes. Chris Siegel at first base. Brian O'Nora, the second base umpire, and Jeff Kellogg, the crew chief, is down there at third.
All right, fans, it's time to meet tonight's Chevrolet Play Ball Kid match. All right.
So we're set to go. Second of a 3-game set after Diamondbacks walk-off win last night. They beat the Brewers 3-2 in 11 innings. Wellington Castillo a walk-off walk against Blaine Boyer. And Jonathan Villar will lead it off for Milwaukee.
Number 5, Jonathan Villar.
Villar hitting an even 300 on the year. He's got 8 home runs. And to answer our question from last night, yes, apparently he does have 2 helmets. He's a switch hitter. The face guard on either side.
And I swear he didn't have that in Milwaukee. I don't remember it. And certainly that stands out. You can tell when a guy is wearing a extension to protect that jaw.
First pitch of the ball game is laced into left. A base hit for Villar, who was on base all night last night. 2 hits and a couple of walks. And that'll bring up Orlando Arcia, the rookie shortstop.
Shortstop, number 3.
Villar cherry picking that first pitch with Jake Lamb drawn in at third base. You could see just no range there, playing even with the baseline. That ball just shot by him into left field for a knock.
And keep in mind, Villar leads the major leagues with 41 stolen bases. And a stolen base in the ball game last night. Arcia had his first big league hit, 1 for 11, an RBI single. This is only his 4th major league game. Made his major league debut earlier this week. The top prospect in the Milwaukee farm system. Just turned 22 years old on Thursday.
And if his swings last night are any indication, this is a situation that sets up really well for the youngster. Big hole on that right side of the infield. Every at bat he hit the ball to the right side last night.
That slider missed away, and Patrick's behind 2-0. Patrick Corbin faced these Brewers at Miller Park last Tuesday. Gave up 4 runs on 6 hits in 5 innings. Patrick in that ball game walked 3 and had 6 strikeouts. Villar holds it first. That one's fouled back. 2-1 on Arcia.
Peppering that strike zone early on here.
That first and second pitch of the at bat were both in the strike zone. John Tumpain said balls. So it's 2-1 on Arcia.
Generally, when Patrick Corbin's on the mound, you don't worry too much about a stolen base. The opposition is yet to steal a base against Patrick Corbin. Only 3 pitchers in the National League have done that: Christian Friedrich and Clayton Kershaw. The other 2 lefties. Matter of fact, Patrick's only allowed 2 stolen bases in his last 54 outings.
That's amazing.
It really is.
Goldie holding Villar on the bag at first. He stays there, and that pitch is in the dirt. The count is full 3-2 with Ryan Braun on deck. The base on balls have been an issue for Patrick lately. He's walked at least 3 batters in a game 7 times in his last 9 starts, including each of his last 2 appearances. Villar holds on the 3-2 pitch, and it's in the dirt. So the first 2 Brewers have reached against Corbin. That brings up Ryan Braun.
Well, that's a red flag for me right away. You've got a rookie feeling his way around the major leagues for the first time. By all reports, a very aggressive free swinger, and he laid off that 3-2 slider like he knew it was coming.
Well, what are you saying?
Well, I don't know. Hey, Patrick Corbin in the past, that's a pitch that veterans would swing over the top of it for strike 3. But Arcia looked like he recognized it very quickly, took it for ball 4, and the Brewers have it cooking here in the first.
He has not been getting as many swings and misses on that slider this year, that's for sure. Braun's 6th in the league at .319. He's got 16 home runs. Braun was 0 for 3 last night. He did walk twice.
And one of the first things a pitcher and a pitching coach will do when you start to see things like that is check the video. Make sure he's not tipping anything. Make sure Wellington Castillo's not tipping anything behind home plate. There have been instances where the middle infielders tipped what pitch was coming. And move a step to their right or a step to their left, depending on it was a fastball or an off-speed pitch. And those are things that Mike Butcher and Patrick Corbin and all the Diamondbacks pitchers really pay close attention to in that video room.
Patrick again behind in the count. He bounced that one. It gets to the backstop, and DR and Arcia both move up.
He spikes a fastball there. Wellington Castillo just tries to pick it cleanly out of the dirt. Unfortunately, it's off the heel of the glove all the way to the backstop.
Last one to center, right at Bourne. VR will tag. He's coming home. Arcia moves up as well, and it's 1-0 Brewers. RBI number 50 on the year for Ryan Braun.
A wild pitch looming large right there. The runners would have been at first and second rather than second and third.
And now he'll deal with the cleanup man, Hernan Perez, with a run in. Perez 288 and 8 homers. The single last night, he was 1 for 5. Arcia at third, 1 out and a run in. The infield will creep in for the Diamondbacks. And again, Patrick throws a first pitch ball. Zach Greinke is activated to start the ball game Tuesday in New York. You've got to think a decision will have to be made about rotation spots, so this might be a big start for Patrick tonight. Braden Shipley did not have his best stuff last night, but found a way to keep them in the ball game. Zach Godley has pitched well as of late. So rotation spots next week might be few and far between. Diamondbacks will travel after the ball game tomorrow to New York. They're off on Monday. 3-game series at the Mets begins Tuesday. Zach Greinke will start that ball game. Robbie Ray listed to start Wednesday, and then Godley on Thursday. Then it's off to Boston for 3 against the Red Sox at Fenway Park. 1-1 to Hernan Perez, and that one is in the dirt.
Slider that time. Yeah, I talk about it all the time. Catchers expect a breaking ball to go in the dirt, but you rarely anticipate a fastball in the dirt. And Patrick has spiked 3 fastballs already in this game. 1 got behind Castillo.
He's thrown 13 pitches, only 5 for strikes. Tap foul, fastball that time, and it's 2-2 on Perez. He's got 8 home runs this year. 5 have come against left-hand pitchers. A home run ball is something else that's been a problem this year for Patrick Corbin. Top 10 in the National League in home runs allowed.
It's really been an issue here at Chase Field in his 10 previous starts. 14 home runs allowed, ERA just a little bit under 7, pitching at home here where he's yet to win a ball game.
Here you go, 0-7 in 10 starts in his home park. The Chase Field ERA is 6.91. Nearly 3 full runs higher than his ERA on the road, where he's gone 4-3 in 12 starts.
I guess the thing that makes that so startling is the fact that Patrick before then had been really good here at Chase Field. Going back to the beginning of the 2012 season, of course he missed all of 2014, but in 34 starts here at Chase Field he had an ERA under 3 and had only surrendered 18 home runs in 34 starts.
The 2-2 is high in the air along the right field line. Yasmani Tomas. Arcia is at third, and here he comes. The throw from Tomas is right there, but Arcia beats it. Boy, Tomas made a nice play that time, but the rookie sneaks in there with a second Brewers run.
Tough one to stay behind, but Tomas manages to get a little bit of momentum and unleashes a nearly perfect throw to home plate. That last bounce you saw as the ball hit the grass on the first base side, it kind of puffed up in the air instead of skipping off the grass. That might have been the difference in the play right there.
So a single and a walk opened up the ball game for the Brewers. Both runners have scored. 2-0 now, 2 outs, nobody on for big Chris Carter. 215 and 25 home runs. Diamondbacks overload the left-hand side of the infield, and there's strike one. Carter last night 0 for 5. He struck out twice. He is leading the National League in strikeouts. And he's down 0-2. In fact, the Orioles' Chris Davis is the only player in baseball who has struck out more than Chris Carter this year. Pitch first for Patrick. He did not go. Chris Siegel at first, and it's 2-2 on Carter.
Brewer fans have seen Chris Carter in the past. His name was Rob Deere.
Good one.
Rob Deere would hit 28, 23, 26, 27 home runs for the Brewers, striking out 186, 153, 158, hitting in the low 200s every year.
Rob Deere had some big years with Milwaukee, Detroit Tigers as well. He was in Boston for 1 year. He was another big all-or-nothing guy, Rob Deere. Full count on Carter, 3-2. Right behind Ed Cedar coaching at third. He lost him. Second walk of the inning issued by Patrick Corbin. That'll bring up Scooter Gennett. And an already long first will continue. That brings out Mike Butcher.
And you never know what pitches would have been thrown or what would have transpired had things been different. But you come back to that wild pitch again, moving those two guys up 90 feet, set up 2 sac flies to give the Brewers their early lead.
Well, we've just seen this so often, not just with Patrick, Bob, but with all the Diamondback starting pitchers this year. It's a 20 pitch or more than that first inning, and there's a couple of runs up there, and right away you're working from behind. Archie And Bradley will get the ball tomorrow afternoon against Jimmy Nelson in the series finale. There's A.J. Pollock. A.J. started his rehab process last night at Tempe Diablo Stadium in a rookie league game. Went 1 for 4 as the DH. So now Patrick will work to the second baseman Scooter Gennett, who was 1 for 5 with a double in last night's series opener. He's hitting .273 on the year. And check his swing, and it's 0-1. Scooter Gennett has done pretty well this year against left-hand pitching. He's hitting .290 versus lefties, including a couple of home runs. He was batting second in the lineup last night for Craig Counsell. He drops to 6th against the lefty Corbin. And Patrick's ahead 0-2.
Yeah, the only left-handed hitter in the lineup. You do have the switch hitter Jonathan VR leading off, but the only straight left-handed hitter is Scooter Gennett. So he gets moved down in the lineup tonight against a left-handed starter.
Boy, he is throwing a lot of sliders. Really trying to find that pitch, and it's just not there so far. Called strike 3, got him on the fastball. But the Brewers get 2. Diamondbacks coming up against Matt Garza. On the crew chief.
Absolutely. Why not?
That's Chip Hale in between innings here, talking to Jeff Kellogg, the crew chief, who's at third base but had to play in the ball game last night. Your Arizona Ford starter for the Brewers is the veteran right-hander Matt Garza. He missed much of the first half of this season with an injury, so it's only his 10th start. He's 2-4 with a 5.32 ERA.
Yeah, coming off an outing where he picked up the victory against the Pirates, went 5 innings, gave up 4 hits, 1 earned run in that ball game. Matt Garza, a couple of different fastballs, a 4-seamer and a sinking 2-seamer, throw a lot of sliders and an occasional curveball.
Let's take a look at the lineup for Chip Hale's Arizona Diamondbacks tonight against Garza.
Gene Segura can't wait to lead it off. He'll be at second base tonight. Batting second, Michael Bourne out in center field. Goldie at first base. Jake Lamb down at third. Yasmani Tomas in right. Brandon Drury in left. Wellington Castillo doing the catching with Chris Owings at short and Patrick Corbin on the mound.
And we'll just wait for Garza to get ready and we can start the ball game. He is getting out there in a slightly more timely fashion. I will give him credit for that.
Yeah.
Now it only takes like 8 minutes instead of 10.
And on the road, he really doesn't have the option of just
Right.
bringing the game to a grinding halt before it gets started.
But he finds a way to just at least delay things on the road. And finally we're set to go. He throws strike one to Segura. Gene at 307 with 9 homers. He was 0 for 5 last night, struck out 3 times.
Get him early. Matt Garza in 9 first innings this year. 9 innings pitched. He's given up 9 runs. The opponent's hitting .390 with 8 extra base hits in the first inning alone.
He's really not comfortable with his footing out there. He keeps playing around with the dirt right around the rubber. And now we're set to go again.
And we talked about it at Miller Park on that last road trip. Matt Garza is a horrific defender.
You have been beating this drum for 4 years now, and I still don't think we've bunted against it.
No,
not one time. Jeanette has it, and that's the first out. Time now for your Valley Honda dealers. Key to the game. Gee, I wonder what this will be.
Make him field his position. I've seen it too often to expect him to be a better defender than he's ever been at any point in his career. Last time the Diamondbacks played the Brewers, he had 1 ball hit back to the mound. Chris Owings on a check swing hit a tapper back to the mound, and Garza turned around and ran it over to first base.
Well, here's the man to drop down a bunt against Garza. It's Michael Bourne. So VR will come in a couple of steps at third.
Don't bunt it to VR.
Swings away, lines it to Arcia at shortstop. So 2 on the button by the Diamondbacks, 2 outs. And our eye on defense for the Brewers is brought to you by Nationwide Vision Centers.
First baseman.
Ryan Braun in left, Keon Broxton in center with Hernan Perez over in right field. It'll be VR and Arcia on the left side of the infield with Jeanette and Carter on the right side. Martin Maldonado taking over the catching duties after the Jonathan Lucroy trade, and he'll be behind the plate for Matt Garza.
Well, quite a contrast in first innings for Corbin and Garza. Garza so far 2 outs on 4 pitches. Now he'll work to Paul Goldschmidt. First pitch fastball is a strike. It's 0-1. Goldie 296 with 17 home runs. Singled and walked twice last night.
It'd be hard to find fault with those first 2 at bats. 2 rope line drives. Just take that every time.
Bouncer to second. Scooter Jeanette has it. That's a 6-pitch first inning for Matt Garza. He leads it 2-0.
Early as Patrick Corbin struggled through that first inning. But the good news, well, Chip said his velocity was up and that his pitches looked a little bit more precise in his last 2 starts. The question is now, can Corbin carry it over tonight? Because, as you know, he is still looking for that first win here at Chase Field, and his last victory overall came back on June 21st. And as you guys mentioned, reinforcements are on the way for this rotation, and Chip said nobody is off limits. They're looking to see who might move to the bullpen or perhaps head down to AAA to be stretched at. So we'll see how this one plays out with Corbin as they keep an eye on his innings.
Keon Broxton sends that to the gap in left center. He had a pinch hit home run last night, and he doubles to lead off the second.
Catcher number 12, Martin Maldonado.
I've seen a lot of those from Patrick recently too. Just center cut fastballs, very little movement. Poor location right in the middle of the plate. Michael Bourne runs right out from underneath his hat trying to run that one down.
Well, Broxton had the pinch hit homer in the 7th inning off Braden Shipley that tied the ball game last night. He's in scoring position for the catcher Martin Maldonado. Ball 1 to Maldonado, who was 0 for 3 last night. He walked twice, struck out twice. That snapped a 7-game hitting streak for him, which was a career high. Now the catcher, following the trade of Jonathan Lucroy to the Texas Rangers at the deadline. Wellington Castillo positioning himself between Maldonado and Corbin there. He's got that elbow guard on.
It looked like it got him around the knee, and it's the last place in the world any catcher wants to get hit by a pitch. It was a slider breaking down and in, and Maldonado takes it on the outside of that left knee.
22, Matt Garza.
Oh. Catchers would rather get hit in the helmet, get hit in the neck, anywhere but the knees and the toes.
Yeah, but it was interesting to see Welly jump up and immediately kind of square off against Maldonado. So it's 1st and 2nd, nobody out for the pitcher Garza. By Corbin. They get the out at first. The runners advance.
Nicely done by Garza. His 3rd sacrifice bunt of the season. Perfectly executed.
3rd baseman Jonathan Villar.
I'll bring up Jonathan Villar, who singled and scored a run to lead off the ball game. So he's already got 3 hits in the series. 5-4 on the sacrifice by Garza. There's a tapper to 3rd. And got Broxton hung up.
Broxton going on contact, even though the ball's hit right at the 3rd baseman. Just tried to race Jake Lamb back to the bag at 3rd, but Wellington Castillo got rid of it quickly. Back to Jake Lamb, and nowhere for Broxton to go.
(5-2-5), a fielder's choice that time for VR, and here's Orlando Arcia, who walked and scored in his first plate appearance. Pretty busy so far. He's only thrown 5 pitches in this inning. Arcia can't check his swing, and it's 0-1.
Everybody that's ever played the game has taken a swing like that at some point in their career, and it's always embarrassing. Aquabat. It's like you're swinging underwater. Whoa. Posing for your bubblegum card picture.
Well, that slider has just not been there for Patrick tonight. He's not throwing it for strikes. They're not even nibbling at that pitch for the most part. Fastball is laced down the right field line, out of play, and it's 1-2.
15 sliders so far in the game from Patrick Corbin. Over 5 of those have found the strike zone. It is a little misleading because so many times that slider is meant to be out of the strike zone and get the swing and a miss on that pitch down and in, but the Brewers aren't even offering it that very often.
So when he doesn't get the swings and misses, he's got to bring the fastball, and he's just not locating that, at least not consistently. He did that time. Patrick Corbin gets his second strikeout. Brewers lead it 2-0.
Half of the second inning. Time to take a look back at baseball history, brought to you by Geico. How about this, partner?
Yeah.
Widely recognized as one of the best defensive third basemen in the game, but he hit into his 4th triple play on this day back in 1967. 4 triple plays in his career.
Amazing for a guy who is considered maybe the best defensive third baseman of all time.
I wonder how many triple plays he turned in his career.
Let's get our somewhat reliable staff on that.
We'll wake them up and see if they can find it.
Jake Lamb leads off the Diamondbacks second against Matt Garza. Brewers have the shift on. Garza got a 6-pitch 1-2-3 first. Jake Lamb 280 and 23 home runs. He singled in extra innings last night. He was 1 for 5. Might have won last night on the bases loaded walk drawn by Wellington Castillo against Blaine Boyer, but that 11th inning started with key singles back to back by Goldie and Lamb to start that inning. Sends that one the other way. A base knock for Jake Lamb. Jake has now hit safely in 7 of his last 8 games. A leadoff single brings up Yasmani Tomas.
Stats right on top of it today. Brooks Robinson defensively was involved with 3 triple plays.
Oh, so he's -1. on triple plays. Yasmani 271, now 21 home runs, 2 more homers last night. He's hit home runs in 3 consecutive games. I bet they throw over at Lamb. Everybody does.
He just looks fast.
Garza just gonna he did everything but that time. Wait for somebody to call timeout. For whatever reason, every team in baseball seems to think that Jake Lamb runs like Billy Hamilton, because when he gets on base, everybody just freaks out.
Throws to first. We've seen pitch outs with Jake Lamb on base.
And Jake's done a good job, 4 for 5 in the stolen base department, but his 40 time might be just a tick below Billy Hamilton. Yasmani Tomas, his 6th multi-homer game this year last night, but his first here at home.
Yeah, first one off of Chase Anderson. You hang it, we bang it up and out over the plate the second time with a fastball just over Hernan Perez's glove and out of here.
Chip Hale was talking about what we were discussing during the game, Bob, last night. Yasmani Tomas's vastly improved plate discipline, and again he took a first pitch ball in this at bat. Good cut at that one, and it's 1-1. It was Yasmani's 2nd multi-homer game against the Brewers this year. He homered twice at Miller Park last Wednesday. Yasmani was telling reporters after the ball game last night that the difference for him mechanically, he says, has been finishing his swing. He said before the swing was kind of cut off a little bit, so now he's trying to find a good extension right after he swings, and when he does that, he believes he can hit the ball with more power, and you've certainly seen that as of late. And he's homered 8 times in his last 12 games. Waves at that one and strikes out. First strikeout for Garza.
Little aqua bat of his own that time. Slider just off that outside corner.
That'll bring up Brandon Drury, who's got the start tonight in left field. Brandon at 262 and 9 homers. David Peralta was in the original starting lineup tonight, but he was scratched with a sore wrist, banged up, we're told, making this catch against the right field wall in the 9th inning last night, so Drury in there instead. And remember, he's had a wrist problem earlier this year. That's how he got his first stint on the DL, and he was scheduled to be looked at some point tonight by Dr. Sheridan. Just to take a look, here's David. That was a tremendous catch.
It really was.
Big spot in the ball game. A 1-1 count on Brandon Drury. Fastball's in there for a strike, and it's 1-2. D-backs just faced Matt Garza last Tuesday in Milwaukee. Garza got a no decision in that ball game. It was a 9-4 Brewers win. He went 6 innings, gave up 3 runs on 5 hits. He strikes out Drury, 2 down. Well, here's last night's walk-off hero, Wellington Castillo. And the interesting thing I thought, Bob, about the walk-off walk last night was this pitch had been called a strike the entire night by Jeff Kellogg, except that time.
I agree with you.
You really held back on that one. I'm proud of you. But on that occasion, I guess in the 11th inning of a close to 4-hour game, it was a ball. And everybody went home, including the umpires. 253 and 11 homers. There's a strike 0-1. Lane Boyer, the reliever last night, who was charged with a loss. He still says it was a strike.
Those go down hard for pitchers, especially for relief pitchers. You know, those borderline pitches that don't go their way and end a ball game. I mean, Milt Pappas is still upset at Bruce Fleming for calling ball 4 when he had a perfect game going with 2 outs in the ninth.
Well, Castillo singled and had 2 walks last night. He's had little spurts, Wellington Castillo, little glimpses of the offensive player he was last year, but for the most part they've been few and far between.
We're looking for one of those runs like he got on when he came to the Diamondbacks last year.
It's a one-man wrecking crew. Arce at shortstop. He goes to second for the force on Lamb, and that's the inning. We are through 2 at Chase Field. Diamondbacks trail it 2-0. Makes an appearance here at Chase Field. But I don't want to be a pirate.
I don't want to be a pirate.
Aye, Captain. Now that's a shirt. In fact, there's a Seinfeld theme to this series because Jimmy's pitching tomorrow.
Oh, Jimmy likes pitching on Sundays.
Jimmy's getting the start. Jimmy's up against Archie Bradley. That'll be the series finale tomorrow afternoon. Patrick Corbin set to face Ryan Braun as we lead off the 3rd. Braun had an RBI sac fly his first time up. That guy must get a lot of attention and probably a lot of dates walking around the ballpark in a puffy shirt.
Maybe attention. I don't know why that ever went out of style. It's such a good look.
That's what happens when you get involved with a low talker. 0-2. Oh, there's the puffy shirt. Getting some Cold Stone.
He's probably getting himself a triple play Sunday down there.
Oh, I see what you did there. That's with the big helmet. Yeah. 2 pounds of ice cream.
And now what we know tonight, they should just call it the Brooks Robinson.
Oh, I see. Wow, you have really woven a tapestry of words and themes. Right to Kersawings at shortstop. That's the first out in the third.
Right fielder Hernan Perez.
And like Ryan Braun, Hernan Perez had an RBI sac fly his first time up. Brewers led off the ball game with a VR single and a walk to Arcia. They both scored on sac flies. Perez batting cleanup tonight. And he rolls that into left, a 1-out single. The third hit for the Brewers against Patrick Corbin. Takes a big turn and stops at first.
First baseman Chris.
I think Hernan Perez has put his name on the radar of a lot of teams out there. This is a very valuable guy. Can play multiple positions. He swings a good bat. He can steal you a base. Very aggressive right there. The Diamondbacks mishandled that ball at all. He was going to end up at second base.
When he was in the minor leagues, he was named in AA the best defensive second baseman in the Eastern League. In AAA, the best defensive shortstop in the International League. He can play third. He can play outfield. Chris Carter now. And Perez is having an excellent second half to the year. He's hitting .352 since the All-Star break. He's got 16 RBIs in his last 19 games.
Well, one guy that should know how to use a utility player is Craig Counsell, because he was one of the best in the game during his playing career. It wasn't uncommon for us to play a 3-game series and Craig Counsell would start all 3 games at 3 different positions.
But always with the same batting stance.
Yep. Could fill in for Matty at third, Tony Womack at short, Jay Bell at second. Ultimately forced my hand to get him in there more often. But the point that I'm trying to make is when you have a guy that plays multiple positions like that and swings the bat the way Perez does, you want him in there as often as possible.
Carter sends that out to right and drops in front of Tomas. Perez will head for third, and he's in there. Back-to-back 1-out singles for the Brewers.
Second baseman Scooter Gennett.
Scooter Gennett will be the hitter. He struck out looking to win the first. Patrick Corbin back in trouble. He has walked 2, given up 4 hits. Can't check his swing. Good slider from Patrick on the first pitch, and it's 0-1. Those are the kind of bites that we're used to seeing Patrick Corbin get with that slider. Sort of awkward, half-hearted swings and misses. Third, Jake Lamb is there. They can't turn the double play. They get the force on Carter. Perez stays put at third, and Gennett is safe at first.
Every time I see a play like this, and I think Gene Segura is just going to hang on to the baseball, and then he unleashes that throw to first base. Man, he gets as much on that relay throw on the middle of a double play as any second baseman in the game. most second basemen would be content to come off the back of the bag and concede the runner at first.
Goldie couldn't quite collect that one. And yeah, and he had big Chris Carter bearing down on him too. A fielder's choice, 5-4 on the putout. They're on the corners with 2 down for Keon Broxton, who doubled to left center in his first time up. Broxton the start tonight in center field for Craig Counsell. And a pinch hit home run last night. This was it to lead off the 7th against Braden Shipley, the final pitch of the ball game for Braden. It was not a cheapie. Keon Broxton.
3 home runs on the season for Broxton. 2 of those have been as a pinch hitter.
Originally a Diamondback draftee, a 3rd round pick by the D-backs in 09. Diamondbacks sold him to the Pirates in March of 2014. Then Pittsburgh traded him to Milwaukee last December in a deal for Jason Rogers. Third round pick out of Santa Fe Community College in Gainesville, Florida. He's from Lakeland. Patrick behind, 2 balls and no strikes. Fastball missed in, and it's 3-0. Maldonado, the catcher, on deck. Corbin's already walked 2 in the ball game so far. The bases are loaded. 3rd walk of the ball game for Patrick.
Brewers over their last 5 ball games with runners in scoring position. With that fielder's choice ground out by Jeanette, they're now 4 for 43 over their last 5 games with runners in scoring position.
Well, Maldonado 0 for 3 last night. He did walk twice. Hit by a pitch his first time up. Perez is the runner at 3rd. Scooter Jeanette at 2nd, and Keon Broxton, who runs well at 1st. Bases loaded, 2 down. And Maldonado, the catcher, steps in. This with a fastball, and it's 1-0. Martin Maldonado hitting 43 points higher this year against left-hand pitchers than versus righties. A bouncer to 2nd for Segura. And Patrick Corbin leaves him loaded. It stays 2-0 Milwaukee. Ballpark tonight. Diamondbacks trail the Brewers 2-0. Raider coverage of baseball brought to you by T-Mobile. Dodgers were winners over the Red Sox behind Ross Stripling in LA. They beat Boston 3-0. The Giants leading 4-0 in Washington, D.C. The Rockies, who are right in the thick of the wild card race, hosting Miami. They are tied with the Marlins 2-2 in the third at Coors Field and just underway at Petco Park. The Padres lead the Phillies 1-0. Zach Greinke will make his return from the disabled list following that oblique injury on Tuesday. He'll pitch the opener at Citi Field against the Mets' Steven Matz. The roster move is pending once they activate Greinke, so rotation spots, you can think of it as an audition maybe for guys like Braden Shipley and even Patrick Corbin tonight, because a decision will have to be made when they activate Greinke next week. Chris Owings leads off the third against Matt Garza.
Well, speaking of decisions being made, the Angels have designated Tim Lincecum for assignment. That experiment didn't quite work out the way they hoped. He was carrying an ERA over 9.
Yeah, he was really getting whacked.
And A-Rod has scheduled an 11 o'clock in the morning press conference tomorrow. Interesting to see what that's all about.
Of course, it was a teary-eyed Mark Teixeira who announced just the other day that he would retire following this season. So A-Rod, maybe he'll be designated for assignment by the Yankees. Maybe he'll call it quits and leave some money on the table. We'll find out tomorrow. Yankees rebuilding. Scooter Gennett at second base. And he retires Owings. One out in the third. Yankees did a good job at the trade deadline of reloading their farm system. They got some very good prospects when they traded guys like Aroldis Chapman and Andrew Miller. Miller actually pitched against the Yankees today at Yankee Stadium. Cleveland won that game 5-2. Another home run for Mike Napoli. They beat CC Sabathia. There's ball one to Patrick Corbin. By the way, if you're among the folks, and I hope there are many of you out there who score the game along with us, we always try to give you the scoring decisions in case you're keeping a book on things. Well, we have a change for you last night. Seems kind of silly, but just for the record, you might remember in the fourth inning last night, Martin Maldonado took off from first base, got into second. It was defensive indifference. That has been changed to a stolen base for the Brewers catcher.
Well, since it doesn't affect the outcome of the ball game, good for you, Martin.
These catchers, they took a stolen base away from the catcher. We can't have that.
No,
so.
no.
There you go. 3-1 now on Corbin. I guess he wrestled with that all night long and couldn't quite sleep right. Thought about it all night and finally changed it to a stolen base. So we always encourage scoring, especially at the ballpark, or if you're watching along with us at home.
Well, that evens his numbers for his career. 2 stolen bases, 2 caught stealing.
He's at 500. It's chopped over the mound. Arcia will charge. And he just does get Corbin at first. Very slowly hit, and the rookie shortstop, his first week in the big leagues, throws him out.
Very close. Tip of the cap to Patrick Corbin for busting it down the line the way he did.
Second baseman, Gene Segura.
Very close.
No challenge from the Diamondbacks. Couple of ground ball outs for Garza. That'll bring up Gene Segura. Segura lined one right to Scooter Gennett to lead off the ball game for Arizona. So he is 0 for 6 in the series. Garza, first time through the order, only 1 hit, a Lamb single to lead off the second. Garza coming off a win in his previous start. He beat the Pirates Sunday at Miller Park. 1 earned run on 4 hits in 5 innings. It was his only win all month. Garza made 6 starts in July, went 1-4. His ERA last month was over 6.5. 0-2 on Gene Segura. They are in third. 3 ground ball outs for Garza, who's got a 2-0 lead. Hey, D-backs fans, if you can't catch the games on TV, you can stream them live on your mobile device with the all-new Fox Sports Go app. Download the app and take Fox Sports Arizona and D-backs baseball with you wherever you go. 2-0 Milwaukee. Patrick Corbin and Matt Garza as we start the 4th inning. And the Brewers pitcher leads it off. Oh, 0-2.
A real late swing that time by Garza. Wellington Castillo would be well served to scoot back an extra 6 inches. Garza swung so late that ball was almost in Wellington's glove.
Look out. We need some security people for Mickey down there. I'm concerned about Mickey because he was almost hit by a foul ball last night. The bat came right at him, and Mick, look, there's Mickey right there. But he stays with the camera, gets the shot, and he's on the play like a winner.
Third baseman Jonathan VR.
All good, Steve.
He doesn't need any security. He can handle anything.
You got a guy right beside you that won some gold gloves. Maybe put him on the other side of Mickey.
Get Matty to help out. Strike 1 to VR. That's a good example. Our crew works so hard. They do such a great job. Mickey, I mean, he's on his feet. He's like an umpire. We talk about that all the time. The umpires, they don't get to sit down. They have people bring water out to him. Mickey You know, these 3.5, 4-hour games, he's down there on his feet for 4 hours last night. No, you weren't. Oh, all right. Got Ralph Kelso, Dennis Lamb, everybody does such a good job here. It's a long season. And a lot of these guys, when they're not working Diamondbacks, they'll do Suns games, Coyotes games, keep busy. Toby out there.
They're in demand. They're very good at what they do.
Yeah. You know, you and I we got our feet up eating bonbons up here. These guys are working. Judd never misses anything down to that corner. Two and two on VR. I'd like to include the Iron Horse, Phil Malika, but he's, as usual, off today. Our director. Phil the Iron Horse Malika, who accepted a part-time job, apparently.
Yeah, Cal Ripken's consecutive game streak is safe when it comes to Phil.
Exactly. Well, you want the best, sometimes you got to make concessions.
Phil has a contract like Roger Clemens got with the Astros, where he didn't have to show up on days he didn't pitch, didn't have to go on road trips if he wasn't pitching in that series. It's kind of whenever he feels like it.
That's headed for the right field corner. Well, Jonathan Villar's hot series continues in the leadoff spot for the Brewers. He's got a single and a double after he had a couple of hits last night.
Drives this ball hard to the opposite field. Fastball up and out over the plate. Got the barrel on it. That thing carried a long way. Tough to defend against a guy that is going to hit a ball down in the right field corner. Next at bat, he might pull one down in the left field corner.
Tomas did a good job getting that right back in the infield. Orlando Arcia has walked and struck out. He scored a run. VR at second and one out. Diamondbacks down 2-0. Oh, VR is making a lot of noise back there. He's getting a big time secondary lead.
Boy, and you don't want to jockey over there with the second baseman Gene Segura, because as we talked about with Arcia, everything he's hit in this series has been to the opposite field. Get your second baseman out of position trying to hold a runner close out there at second base. It just opens up a hole where this hitter is most likely to hit the ball.
First pitch slider for a strike to Arcia. Arcia began this season rated as the #1 prospect in the Brewers system and top 10 overall in all of baseball, according to some publications. Played exactly 100 games with their AAA team in Colorado Springs this year. He was a Pacific Coast League All-Star. One and two. There's Ed Cedar at third.
That young man will never forget who Ed Cedar is.
Exactly right.
You know, you could ask 100 baseball fans, who's Ed Cedar? You might get a few correct answers, but that young man will never forget Ed Cedar. And Patrick Corbin is wise to keep an eye on VR back there at second base. He's stolen third 12 times in 16 attempts this year.
41 steals, the most of the major leagues. Garcia lifts this in the air, left field for Drury. Just shy of the warning track. VR tags and heads for third.
Hey fans, when the D-backs win, you win at Papa John's. A day after every Diamondbacks win, you get 50% off your regular menu price online order at Papa John's. Enter promo code DBACKS50 at papajohns.com.
Ryan Braun will be the hitter. Braun has knocked in a run with a sacrifice fly, and he's grounded out to shortstop. And he has really swung a hot bat since the All-Star break. In his last 15 games, he's hitting almost .360, but was 0 for 3 last night.
At the plate, left fielder Ryan Braun.
One lone voice in the wilderness. The Brewer fan on his feet for Braun. He's not exactly a fan favorite here. Again, Patrick went with a first pitch slider, but that one was way outside for ball 1. Braun, you may recall, was a late scratch from the Brewers lineup in the D-back series finale at Miller Park last Thursday. Wound up missing 5 games with a sore right side.
Yeah, and that close to the trade deadline, that threw up red flags all over Miller Park.
Sure did. But if you want Ryan Braun, and apparently some teams called, he'll be costly. He's in the first year of a 5-year, $105 million contract extension. So he is still owed at least another $76 million after the next over the next 4 years after this one. Now at the age of 32, he'll be 33 in November. Corbin behind 3-0. Patrick has been in trouble since the get-go. First 2 Brewers reach base safely on a single and a walk. He's given up 2 runs on 5 hits. He's walked 3. Full count on Braun, 3-2. Oh, John Tumpain says no. He walks Braun to bring up Hernan Perez. 4 walks for Corbin.
Got 2 called strikes right on that inside corner at the knees. Tried to go back in there one more time. Just a little bit too much cutting action that time. Took it off the corner of the plate.
Hernan Perez.
Perez has an RBI sac fly and a base hit. And a single in last night's ball game. He was 1 for 5. Boy, the Brewers, through only 3 2/3 innings in this ball game, have had 12 base runners so far. It's amazing. It's only 2-0. Good pitch by Corbin. Again, a first pitch slider. That pitch used to come in and just bury on the back foot of the right-hand hitter at 82-83. Now it's more 79-ish. A little more loopy, not quite as crisp or sharp. Braun takes off for second. They throw to third, and VR is back.
design play right there. The Diamondbacks had determined that if Braun tried to run, they're not throwing to second base. They're going to try to pick the runner off at third. Unfortunately for the D-backs, VR was not that far off the bag and read it and got back easily.
Oh, 0-2 on Hernan Perez. And he gets him to chase that one in the dirt. And Castillo completes the strikeout. Once again, Patrick contains the damage. It's still 2-0 Milwaukee.
They lead 2-0 on the scoreboard as we head to the bottom half of the fourth. Time to take a look at our timeless moment brought to you by Coors Banquet. Back in 2001, since we're talking about triple play, Scott Hatteberg hit into a triple play, but in his next at bat in the ball game, he hit a grand slam to put his team ahead in an ultimate 10-7 Red Sox win over the Rangers.
And he was a catcher.
Coincidence?
No, I think not. Scott Hatteberg of Moneyball fame, of course. Did you like that movie, Moneyball?
I did. I enjoyed it. You know, there were some parts that, you know, they had more emphasis on than other parts, but yeah, I thought it was very entertaining.
Yeah, I agree with you. I thought it was terrific. A lot of people get upset because they don't mention the big three, Mulder, Hudson, and Zito, but it really wasn't a documentary about that A's team. It was more about the idea and the concept being introduced to an industry and how it may or may not have revolutionized things. Michael Bourne leads off the fourth. Garza's retired 6 in a row. Diamondbacks so far with only one hit, a Jake Lamb single to lead off the second.
And that movie got 2 thumbs down from Art Howe.
If Art had 4 thumbs, he would have had all 4 down for that one. Yeah, it was not a flattering portrait of Art Howe, who we actually, I know you've known him forever, but we got to meet him in Houston last year, and he was terrific. Came by the booth and hung out for a while.
He's a great guy.
By the way, I don't know if you caught any of the Cubby A's game in Oakland today, but they wore, speaking of the Athletics, some throwbacks. The Cubbies had the powder blues on, and the A's wore the old Billy Ball yellow jerseys. They look great. The elastic waistbands on the pants.
Softball jerseys, softball unis.
I know you didn't like them when the Giants, they had kind of a version of it with different lettering and font and everything. I thought those were cool.
I was just glad to have a uniform. Show up every day and just hope there's a uniform hanging in your locker.
Now that Brewer fan there, he's got the old powder blue pullover. That's from that early 70s team. And then he's got the 1982 Harvey's Wallbangers cap. One's off. Garza. Arcia scoops it up and throws him out. That's why they love this rookie shortstop, Orlando Arcia. Very athletic out there. 7 straight sat down by Garza.
Well, watch how far he extends that glove out in front of his body to smother that ball on the short hop. Always easier to get that ball close to the ground rather than let it take a bigger hop where it might do something funny. The young man covers a lot of ground.
Paul Goldschmidt. Goldie grounded out his first time up. Cubbies, by the way, won that ball game in Oakland 4-0 behind Jake Arrieta, who beat Sonny Gray. Those some of the late 70s Cubs teams where they wore those powder blue road uniforms with guys like Barry Foote and Bill Buckner.
Bill Caudle.
Herman Franks. Bill Caudle, sure.
Kenny Reitz, I think, was on the Cubs then, playing some third base. I think that's about the time Ivan DeJesus Sr. was playing for the Cubs.
I think you're right. A fly ball out to right for Perez. And Len Casper made a great point during that broadcast. I was watching the Cub game at home before coming in here, and Lenny said, you know, at some point, some team is going to go back to those old powder blue road uniforms for real, and then everybody's going to follow, because you remember back in the day the Cardinals had powder blue on the road, and the Cubs and the Phillies and the Brewers. Everybody wore blue instead of gray. Not everybody, but a lot of teams. And that look is yet to come back since about 1980 or so. Fly ball deep right center. Broxton. 2 outs. Here's the man who's got the only D-backs hit against Matt Garza, Jake Lamb, who singled the lead off the second inning. Jake has now hit safely in 7 of his last 8 games, including a couple of home runs in the series against the Nationals here earlier this week. Would you be in favor of more old school powder blue road uniforms around the league, or has that just sort of run its course? Sometimes nostalgia gets in the way of things.
I think that's probably run its course, although it wouldn't surprise me a bit if somebody tries to bring it back. I think you'll see more teams follow the Diamondbacks lead and go to the dark gray on the road.
I think you're right. Here's the old 1982 Brewer World Series look. Lost in 7 games to the Cardinals. Speaking of powder blue uniforms. 0-2 on Lamb. They come up and in on Jake.
And the Brewers don't play an exaggerated pull shift like most teams do against Jake Lamb. RC is shaded up the middle of the field and VR way off the line at third, but generally we see 3 defenders on the right side when Jake Lamb's at the plate, especially against a right-handed pitcher.
Maldonado wanted it elevated again, but it missed, and it's 1-2.
You're going to want to check the highlight shows tonight, partner.
Yeah, what's up?
At Coors Field against Chad Bettis, Giancarlo Stanton hit one 504 feet.
Stop it. 504.
504.
Marlins are leading that game 3-2 in the 5th at Coors. Boy, some of the balls he hit in the home run derby at Petco Park, literally out of the ballpark in left center field, onto the roof of the Western Metal Supply Company building. That was a show.
Longest home run this season. Not surprised.
I remember the last time a guy hit one 500 feet. It seems like it's been a while. Oh, here's the powder blues. This is what we were talking about, the game today, Cubs and A's. The old Mike Norris, Rick Langford, Billy Ball Oakland A's teams in those pinstripe blue uniforms. Those are gorgeous. Swing and a miss by Jake Lamb. It's still a live ball. Maldonado scoops it up and throws him out. So that's 9 straight set down by Garza. Brewers lead it 2-0. The old-time graphics too. This was the Cubs and the A's, all that foul ground in Oakland as they wore the throwback uniforms.
And notice the rosin bag laying out there on the bullpen mound is yellow, just like the sanitary socks that the A's are wearing.
Cubs won it 4-0. Arrieta beat Sonny Gray. I can't talk you into that look, huh?
No.
It's not pretty,
no
but
thanks.
It was fun.
A lot of people might not realize that the rosin bags that the pitchers have available out there on the back of the mound and the hitters have available in the on-deck circle is basically made out of an old sanitary sock. You put some rock rosin in there and bang it around, bang it off the floor, hit it with a hammer, tape the end of it up like that. Good to go.
Chris Carter leads off the Brewers' 5th against Patrick Corbin. Carter has walked and singled so far. Well, if the rosin bag had been white, he might have picked it up and thrown it by mistake instead of the baseball.
Disaster.
All that foul ground in that ballpark. Seems like they have as much foul ground in Oakland as they do fair territory. 80 pitches for Corbin, 49 strikes. Brewers lead at 2-0. They got both runs in the first. VR singled. Arcia walked to lead off the ball game. They both scored on sacrifice flies. As Corbin rings up Carter for his 5th strikeout.
Caught Carter looking for something else. Ball's right there on the inside corner at the knees. Everything down, down, down that time to Carter.
The National League strikeout leader is retired. Here's Scooter Gennett. First pitch swinging, pops it up, shallow right center. Michael Bourne coming in. 2 outs. Here's Keon Broxton, who's looked like a hitter in this series. Had the home run in the ball game last night. And so far today has doubled and walked. Broxton's 4th different stint with the Brewers this year. He's been up and down for the minors all season long. But since his latest recall, he's hit .292 in 10 games with 5 extra base hits, including 2 homers. Shows bunt, pulls back and takes ball 1. Big lanky guy up there, 6'3", 195. I heard a theory the other day about those socks, and you're the perfect guy to ask because I think it kind of makes sense in a goofy way. Some guys, I'm told, wear those high socks to create sort of a line of distinction for the umpire so they don't get called low strikes against them.
Oh, I agree 100% with that.
There might be something to that.
Yeah.
Kind of fool the umpire, and everything at the knees or below, since it's at sock level, must be a ball.
Maybe that's why Hunter Pence and who was it the other day had their pants way up above the knee.
Oh yeah, you're right. One of the Nationals, I think.
Yeah.
But if the umpire sees that, maybe he thinks, all right, that was low.
Was that Wilmer Defoe that had his pants?
Oh yeah, I think you're right.
Up above the knees. Yeah.
Boy, Keon Broxton having a series. He shoots that one the other way, a 2-out single.
Ball away, just barreled it up to the opposite field that time. You know, talking about trying to fool the umpires, Joe Morgan used to always use, well, not always, but for a lot of his career in San Francisco, he used a stained black bat because he said at night games it's tougher to see the bat come through the hitting zone and the defenders might not get as good a jump on the ball, and he wanted every advantage he could possibly get.
Martin Maldonado now 6 hits for Milwaukee. They've out-hit the Diamondbacks 6-1. Maldonado has been hit by a pitch and grounded out. Giants leading at Washington. Matt Cain started that game for San Francisco. It's now 5-0 in the 7th. Dodgers shut out the Red Sox in LA 3-0. Ross Stripling got the start in that ball game for the Dodgers. Rockies at home. They trail the Marlins 3-2 in the 6th. Broxton takes off. The throw is high from Castillo. And Keon Broxton has his 9th stolen base.
9 out of 10 for Broxton on the season. He had 5 separate years in the minor leagues where he stole over 20 bases. That's a real good jump here. Accelerating right into his slide at second base. A little awkward down there. Another guy that slides past the bag rather than to the bag. That makes this an easy decision. Go ahead and walk Martin Maldonado and go after the light hitting Matt Garza.
Good pitcher. Well, this will be the 5th walk for Patrick Corbin, his first intentional free pass. Braden Shipley in the ball game last night walked 6. 6 walks in 6 innings. There's Braden. Through 102 pitches, 53 for strikes, and he was in trouble, much like Patrick Corbin has been throughout the ball game, but still gave up only 2 runs on 4 hits in 6 innings, and kept the Diamondbacks in there despite the 6 bases on balls. So it'll be Garza the hitter, 2 on and 2 out.
Garza.
Broxton at second and Maldonado at first. First pitch swinging. Garza lifts it up in the air. Very shallow left. Owings calling for it. And once again, Patrick Corbin strands some Brewer base runners and keeps it a 2-0 ball game.
determined swings by Yasmani Tomas, but the Cuban slugger has hit his stride, hitting safely in 14 of the last 16 games. Dave Magadan said the biggest thing he's seen from Tomas is consistency, explaining last year Tomas was very fidgety in the batter's box and tinkering with his stance from each at-bat to the next. But as of late, he's sticking to a routine, and being more disciplined pre-game is carrying over into the game. And part of that new routine is warming up 25 minutes before first pitch versus hitting the field a little bit cold after sitting a couple hours after BP.
Well, that's how they did it in Cuba, where Tomas had great success, and it's really made a difference for him. How about this? It's the 16-game run. It started before that last long road trip with that 2-game series here at Chase Field against the Blue Jays. Last 16 games, 377, 8 homers, and 14 RBIs. And Tomas leads off the 5th against Matt Garza, who has set down 9 straight. First pitch swinging is headed for the seats and out of play. Pretty good 16-game run, 6 doubles and 8 home runs. And Garza still has given up only 1 hit. Jake Lamb single to lead off the 2nd. He has not walked a batter. He's got 3 strikeouts. Sky to shallow right center. Hernan Perez comes in. Mentioned earlier in that ball game between the Marlins and the Rockies at Coors, Giancarlo Gallardo. Watch this one, 500 feet plus. Oh. And our staff is looking. They can't find the last 500-foot home run, or have they?
They have.
How far do they have to go back?
2008, Adam Dunn, as a member of the Diamondbacks, hit a 504-foot homer against Glendon Rush.
What was this one?
That was 504, I believe.
504. Yeah. Brandon Drury.
Over the last 5 years, a lot of the longest home runs for the year were in the 480s or 490s. But you got to be a big boy to go over 500.
That one off the Rockies. Chad Bettis hits 3-2 Miami. They're in the 6th inning at Coors. 0-1 on Drury, who struck out in his first at bat, and he's down 0-2. Brandon, since his average peaked at 320 in the middle of May, has really been adjusting to his first full big league season, and it's been a process. He's only 23 years old. But since June 1st, in his last 40 games, he's hit 227 with 1 home run. And the way he carries himself, he's got such a professional attitude about his profession. He's always learning about baseball, asking questions, observing. You forget that he's still just a kid. He carries himself like he's been at this for a while. He'll be 24 later this month. Comes to third for VR. Carter can't get that one. Brandon's aboard. How about that effort right there to back up the play by Scooter Gennett? Tried the little shovel pass, but Drury got back to the bag.
VR got to the ball on the backhand side, maybe took a little extra time there before firing across the diamond, and that's one of those dangerous ones that leads that first baseman right into the baseline. Well, with the shot by Gennett, a lot of times that runner will flinch ever so slightly towards second base, which makes him an active base runner, and you can throw behind him and get him out. But Brandon hustled back to the bag.
E5, the error charge to VR, just the 2nd Diamondback base runner in the ball game against Garza, who had retired 10 in a row. And it brings up Wellington Castillo. Well, one got Martin Maldonado, and I think John Tumpain as well.
With the left foot.
Tumpain almost tripped over the catcher. Castillo gets this in the air, deep right center. Perez just shy of the warning track has it, and that's the second out.
Hey fans, a D-backs home run today means a free jumbo jack tomorrow at participating Jack in the Box locations with the purchase of a large drink.
Chris Owings grounded out his first time up. CO in his last 2 games, the series finale versus Washington, and the opener against Milwaukee last night, has gone 0 for 4 with 2 strikeouts each time. So far 0 for 5 in the series. Another long set by Garza. Pitcher spot is due up next. Phil Gosselin is in the on deck circle, and there's action in the Diamondback bullpen. A couple of right-handers warming up. Orlando Arcia. Flip to Jeanette. They get the force on Drury. That ends the inning. We are through 5 at Chase Field. The Diamondbacks trail the Brewers 2-0. Trail the Brewers 2-0 as always, one of the highlights of our broadcast. It's the lovely Mike and Vanessa. Now you guys are really a spokesmodeling your little hearts out tonight. What are we selling here? Who wants to go first?
Well, I think this one's first, right? The batting practice pulled over
check.
August 27th.
Well, she's got all the information. Look at that.
Yes, this time. Remember last time I was like, what is this called? I
batting practice pullover. It's courtesy of Sanderson Ford. Now you can get this, fans, at the ball game Saturday, August 27th. That's the annual alumni game, which will be at 2:30, and then the baseball game is later on. I think it's a 5:10 start. So the alumni game first coming up.
Yeah, and people were asking me what sizes. It's extra large. They said it seems to fit me well, so I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing.
Yeah, most women don't like to hear that. I know my wife doesn't like to hear that.
It's a men's shirt. It is a little big, but it is a good, nice.
Well, it looks comfortable.
Yeah.
You can
pajamas.
Wear that. Yeah, hanging around the house.
Pajama shirt.
Jonathan VR drives that one deep to center. It's off the wall. His big series continues. And so far he has singled and has hit 2 doubles after he had 2 hits last night. So the leadoff man aboard. So the annual alumni game Saturday, August 27th. The alumni game starts at 2:30. After that, it's the D-backs and the Reds. You can get the pullover courtesy of Sanderson Ford and get your tickets at dbacks.com/alumni. Now that's the lovely Vanessa, the lovely Mike.
Lovely.
Now, have you gone to med school? What's happening here?
I am not qualified to be wearing this, but our healthcare professionals are, and this is the D-backs healthcare scrubs. You can actually get dbacks.com/healthcare. It's a special ticket package coming up on the 25th and the 28th of this month.
Yeah, limited edition.
Yeah.
You can't buy these anywhere else. It's a one-shot deal here. And as Arcia gets the bunt down by the mound, and he's going to reach safely. Orlando Arcia, his second major league hit, a bunt single, and he moves VR along. So there are 2 different games for healthcare appreciation, August 25th and 28th. You get the limited edition D-back scrub top and game ticket. Here comes Chip Hale. And a special ticket package available only at dbacks.com/healthcare.
I told Mike he should wear this out. It'd be good to pick up chicks.
I'm with you.
Don't you think?
Yes.
Yeah.
Now, would you find him more attractive if he was wearing that?
I mean, it's my co-host Mike. He's like a brother from another mother.
Right, I get it, but generally speaking.
I mean, for women in general, yes, they'd be like, oh, look, he's wearing scrubs.
Who's that cute doctor over there?
Yeah.
You gonna try it?
No.
All right. Well, we're doing what we can for you.
Help me.
The lovely Mike and Vanessa, guys, thanks. Evan Marshall on his way in, back after this. Pitches to start the Brewers' 6th. That ends Patrick Corbin's night. And your Arizona Federal Credit Union pitching change gives us Evan Marshall an 8.16 ERA in 14 appearances this year. He last worked Wednesday against Washington. He's got VR at third, Arcia at first, nobody out, and Ryan Braun steps in. Braun has an RBI sacrifice fly. He has grounded out and walked, so he's 0 for 1 and still hitless in the series. Braun began the ball game 6th in the National League in hitting. He's now at 318, 16 homers. Back-to-back fastballs open things up for Marshall, and it's 1-1 on Braun.
You'll notice Ryan Braun gets that left hand right down to the very end of that bat. The little finger at times actually slips down over the knob, and then he lifts his left index finger off the bat so he can squeeze that right hand down even lower on the bat handle. Try to get as much leverage as possible.
And he hammers that one deep to center field. And it's gone. Ryan Braun, that's his 17th, a 3-run homer, and it's 5-0 Milwaukee.
Cement mixer slider just never broke. Outer third of the plate, middle of the thighs. Braun gets out there, full extension, a lot of backspin on that ball.
Now 9 hits for the Brewers. Here's Hernan Perez, who has an RBI and a single so far. Another look. Onto the home run porch out there.
Evan Marshall's got a new little dipsy doing his delivery out there. Kind of bends over at the waist as he takes that step back.
He's got a little glove pat with the baseball in there as well. Sort of rocks back and forth. A pretty quick delivery. Very different from the way he pitched last year and in spring training this year. A lot of guys use that little tap. Enrique Burgos used to do that a lot, sort of as a timing mechanism to coordinate everything, the arms and the legs. You'll see him, once he goes into his motion, pat the baseball inside the glove just before he throws the pitch. Right there. Full count, 3-2. It's a base hit for Perez. It's headed toward the left field corner. Brandon Drury plays it off the bullpen wall, and a double for Perez. His 9th of the year. 4 consecutive hits open up the Milwaukee 6th.
Hanging changeup that time from Evan Marshall. Perez able to extend his swing, get out there and hook that ball down into the left field corner. VR and Arcia were both Patrick Corbin's responsibility when he came out of the ball game. Of course, they scored on the Ryan Braun home run. That's the 73rd and 74th inherited runner to score against the D-backs bullpen this year. The next closest in the majors are the White Sox at 64.
Chris Carter. Carter tonight has walked, singled, and struck out. 1 for 2. Patrick Corbin's 2016 struggles continues. He's just not been the same guy this year, and he's, like a lot of these guys, looking for answers. Hear that phrase all the time. It's like quicksand. The more you kick and dig, the deeper you get. A lot of the Diamondback pitchers this year must feel like that. That expression kind of says it all. What is going on? Well, Marshall so far has given up a home run and a double, and he's behind on Carter, 3 balls and a strike. He walked him. Chris Carter, who leads the league in strikeouts, has walked twice tonight. And that'll bring out Mike Butcher. Bullpen quiet right now for the Diamondbacks. And in the meantime, Matt Garza's throwing a 1-hit shutout. And now the bullpen will start to get busy. Dominic Leone. Bullpen was outstanding last night. Hathaway, Delgado, Burgos, Barrett, Hudson, Lowen, all terrific. Adam Lowen wound up with a win, but all those guys got some big outs in the ball game last night. Scooter Gennett for 3. Segura at second. Owens turns it. Well, Evan Marshall needed that big time. Perez in at third now with 2 outs.
Taylor made hard hit ground ball right to Segura.
Center fielder.
Carter didn't even bother to slide, just got out of the way that time.
Well, here's Keon Broxton, who's been a problem throughout this series. Tonight he has doubled, walked, singled, stolen a base, and a pinch hit home run in the ball game last night. Ball 1. It's a base hit. That'll score Perez from third, and it's 6-0 Milwaukee. The big series for Keon Broxton continues.
Really turns this one around. A hard ground ball past Jake Lamb into left field.
3 hits and a walk for Broxton. Martin Maldonado now the catcher. A 4-run Milwaukee 6th. Skied up in the air right in front of home plate. Goldie's under it. And that's the inning. But the Brewers get 4. They lead it 6-0.
Hey fans, we invite you to participate in Gila River game nights by signing up at one of the interactive kiosks located right here at Chase Field during any Diamondbacks regular season home game.
Well, the Diamondbacks with their work cut out for them here. They trail at 6-0. Matt Garza working on a one-hit shutout so far. He has faced only 2 over the minimum. And with the pitcher spot leading it all for the D-backs, Phil Gosselin will take the at-bat. He'll hit for Evan Marshall. So Gosselin, Segura, and Bourne 9-1-2 with the Arizona 6th. Phil at .266 with 1 home run. He is 3 for his last 17 at the plate. For a base hit, and it rolls foul. Had a lot of spin on it, and as soon as that one hit the ground, it just took off toward the Brewer dugout.
And when you're taking a full swing, you don't mind putting backspin on the ball because you get much better carry. But when you're trying to bunt that ball to the right side, they preferably like to have some topspin, push it out there past the pitcher in front of the second baseman and to the right of the first baseman. Try to create some confusion and leg it out for an infield hit.
Gets that in the air, shallow center, and it gets in for a base hit. And Phil is on his way to second. There's nobody on the bag. The arc comes over there and it rolls away. No one's at third now, but Gossel will stay put there. Brewers colliding with each other all over the field out there.
Phil Gosselin hits a pop up to shallow center, and a demolition derby broke out. Scooter Gennett with a clip on Arcia right there.
And then watch this. VR comes flying over from third to cover the bag, and he takes a tumble. The ball goes with him. Wow. That's the center fielder right there. Broxton at second base.
And for a moment, there was nobody at third base. Of course, Phil Gosselin was sliding into second at the time and trying to avoid VR.
That's the ugliest leadoff double you'll ever see.
He'll take it.
You betcha. Just the second hit for the Diamondbacks. It brings up Gene Segura. Segura 0 for 7 in the series. Second hit only the third D-backs base runner. That one's fouled away, and it's 0-1.
Yeah, the first time, obviously, the Diamondbacks have had a runner in scoring position in this ball game, leading off the inning here. Good chance to push one across against Matt Garza and the Brewers.
Garza has been tremendously efficient so far. He's only got 3 strikeouts. Barely over 60 pitches. Popped him up, foul ground, first base side, Maldonado. Clank, and he drops it. Now, are those catchers' masks harder to pull off your head on a play like that? Did that have anything to do with it?
They're a little tougher to pull off, but he had plenty of time to discard the mask. Most of the guys that use the hockey mask leave it on to catch pop-ups. The visibility is very good. He just misjudges this ball, rattles around in the mitt, and falls to the ground.
That's E2. And the at-bat for Segura continues. Second error charged to Milwaukee. Now, haven't you brought up the idea of a provisional error if Segura does not reach base here?
Yeah, I could be way off base, but I think that's the way it was at one time in Major League history. If a play just like we saw there, Maldonado drops a pop-up. He's temporarily charged with an error, but if Gene Segura is retired, the error goes away. If Gene Segura gets on base, then Maldonado's charged with an error. I thought that's the way it used to be years and years ago. I could be way off base on that.
If there's no base to account for, you don't necessarily need to assign an error to anyone if Segura should fail to reach. 1-2 on Gene. Michael Bourne on deck. Garcia at shortstop. Well, that's a good example. Now the error in Commissioner Brenly's world would come off the board.
Go away.
Here's Michael Bourne. He has lined out, grounded out 0 for 2. 1 for 6 in the series. Had a double in the opener last night.
Third time through the order, you might see Garza throw a few more of those curveballs. We mentioned basically a 4-seam, 2-seam fastball, a slider, and then the third time through the order, he'll start to mix in some of his slower secondary pitches.
It was a rough July for Garza. 1-4 in 6 starts last month. His ERA was over 6.5. But so far, it's been a very good August. 32-year-old right-hander in his 3rd season with Milwaukee. Garza, I could be wrong about this, but it seems like to me he was one of the first guys that started doing that with the glove. When he gets the baseball in the grip, kind of flapping it to make sure he's not tipping anything. And it became a little more commonplace, but he's the first guy I remember seeing do it.
I think Ryan Dempster also was right there about the same time. And they were teammates briefly in Chicago.
But when he gets his hand on the ball, then the glove starts flapping. Two and one. Brewers gave Garza a 4-year, $50 million free agent deal before the 2014 season. It's not really worked out very well. As a Brewer, he's 16-26, and the ERA is 4.68. Just over 60 appearances. Got 1 more year left on that contract at $12.5 million next year. But he's coming off a win over the Pirates Sunday at Miller Park, and he's pitched very well here tonight. Bourne ahead, 3 balls and a strike. Goldie on deck. He walked him. First base on balls issued by Garza. 2 on and 1 out for Paul Goldschmidt. Goldie has grounded out, flied out 0 for 2.
Now batting, first baseman, Paul Goldschmidt.
Phil Gosselin, the runner at second. Michael Bourne at first. Garza had 70 pitches, 45 strikes. Brewers bullpen still quiet. In the dirt for ball 1. Hit the Diamondbacks right back in the ball game with one swing. This is a career .430 hitter against the Brewers. A lot of that damage has come at Miller Park, where he should have a statue on the outside of the ballpark at this point. Garcia at shortstop. They'll get one, and they don't get two. The force on Bourne is the second out. Gosselin in at third.
Garcia goes all the way down to a knee and then kind of lost his footing there. Tough feed to Scooter Gennett, who couldn't get much on the relay throw, so Goldie legs it out.
And it'll bring up Jake Lamb. Gosselin at third, Goldie at first, 2 outs. Jake has singled and struck out, 1 for 2. They don't put any kind of a shift on for Jake Lamb, but Gennett, the second baseman, is back on the outfield grass. You see Arcia in just about his normal shortstop spot, and DR close to the bag at third. Another pitch in the dirt from Garza.
Yeah, not sure how adventurous Chip Hale wants to be, trailing by 6 runs in the ball game, but back at Miller Park, Paul Goldschmidt got on base in the first inning against Matt Garza and immediately stole second base while Garza was just standing on the mound.
One of those Dave McKay specials.
Yep.
Two and 0. Fastball missed inside, and Jake's ahead 3 balls and no strikes with Tomas on deck. He walked him. The bases are loaded. Second walk in the inning issued by Garza. And Tomas, who homered twice in the ball game last night, is coming up. And it'll bring out Derek Johnson, the pitching coach.
Now batting, right fielder, Yasmani.
Well, this is the guy you want up in this spot. El Dunque. Yasmani Tomas, 2 home runs last night. He's homered in 3 consecutive games. And he has homered 8 times in his last 12 games. Phil Gosselin is the runner at third. Paul Goldschmidt at second and Jake Lamb at first. Bases full of Diamondbacks and 2 outs. D-backs still with only 2 hits. You've seen a lot more patience at the plate from Yasmani Tomas. Let's see if he can maintain that with the bases full right here. Fouls off the first pitch, and it's 0-1.
Yeah, no trouble there. You got a good pitch to hit, down and in. Likes that ball inside. Put a lot of homers on those pitches down and in. minded Yasmani or any of the Diamondbacks swinging at that first pitch, as long as it's a pitch you want to swing at, something you can do some damage with.
And we know Yasmani loves the ball inside. Coming inside again here. Foul that one off right behind Matty Williams, and it's 0-2.
Now that one's a little too far.
Gonna need a new bat. That's happened to him a lot lately. He's broken some of those bats on some foul balls. Good crowd here tonight on Zach Greinke bobblehead night. The D-backs and the Brewers.
Give them something to cheer about. They're just waiting to go crazy.
They sure are. Those gals are at every ball game right there. Some of the D-back nation. Brewers bullpen will start to get busy now. 2 outs, 0-2 on Yasmani Tomas. A double by Gosselin to lead off the inning. Walks to Bourne and Lamb. Bourne was erased. Goldie reached on a fielder's choice. Here's the 0-2. Slider missed, a ball and 2 strikes.
You notice what Maldonado did there after he gave the sign to Matt Garza. He kind of raised up out of his crouch and gave a high target, thinking that, okay, they're going to throw him a high fastball on the 0-2 pitch, and then he slid out on the outside corner, and it was a slider instead. Just in case Goldie's relaying anything to Yasmani Tomas out there at second base.
2-2. First, he'll take it himself, and Garza leaves him loaded. We've completed 6 innings at Chase Field. Diamondbacks trail the Brewers 6-0. Across the street here inside Chase Field, where the D-backs trail the Brewers 6-0 as we start the 7th inning. And fans, you can follow the Diamondbacks live with the MLB.com at Bat app. Stay up to the moment at any moment with Game Day, live game video highlights, StatCast news, and the whole thing. Download MLB.com at Bat, the #1 app for live baseball on your phone and tablet. Matt Garza, the pitcher, will lead off the Milwaukee 7th against the new pitcher for the Diamondbacks. It's Dominic Leone. 7.50 ERA in 12 appearances this year. And Dominic has given up runs in each of his last 4 outings. He worked in Monday's series opener against the Nationals and gave up a pair of hits and walks. As Garza will lead off the Milwaukee 7th. He's working on a 2-hit shutout.
Talk about a soft landing for Dominic Leone coming into the ball game, and you get to face Matt Garza right out of the chute. Should be 1 out, nobody on shortly.
Diamondbacks have yet to win a ball game this year in which Dominic Leone has pitched. And he's got the red hot Jonathan Villar waiting on deck. Villar with 3 hits already tonight, 2 doubles. He scored twice. Fastball's in there, and it's 1-2. Oh, Garza wanted late time, not granted by John Tumpain, and he strikes out. In that ball game at Coors Field, in which Giancarlo Stanton hit a 504-foot homer, the Rockies have come back. They now lead Miami 9-3 in the 7th. The Rockies right in the thick of the wild card race in the National League.
Giancarlo Stanton, in his career at Coors Field, he's played 19 games. He has 9 homers and 22 driven in.
That's just not fair, putting him in that ballpark. Villar with 5 hits in the series. He's also walked twice. He's doubled 3 times. Now at 305 on the year. Villar's done a very good job. We mentioned when we're in Milwaukee, they needed a body to play shortstop until Arcia was ready. He's on deck now. His first week in the big league. So they got Villar from Houston. And he's done a tremendous job as their leadoff man. His on base percentage is just a tick below .390 this year. So he's become a big part of this offense for Craig Counsell. Leading the major leagues in stolen bases. He switch hits. He plays good defense. Shortstop, now third. .30 is in there for a strike. Villar, counting tonight, has 17 hits in his last 12 games. 9 of them for extra bases. And he has a 1-out walk in the 7th. It's the 7th walk issued by D-backs pitchers tonight. Brings up Arcia.
Orlando Arcia.
Arcia has walked, singled, and scored twice. Never a good idea to walk the major league stolen base leader.
Usually not.
He's got 41. There's a strike. Arcia, a .282 hitter throughout his minor league career. He's profiled as a very good contact man up there, but there's not a lot of power. And as we've already seen a couple of times, just had some brief flashes, but a sensational defender at shortstop. Good feet, quick hands, good throwing arm.
You know, watching him offensively, he reminds you a little bit of a young Starlin Castro.
Ooh, that's a good call.
You know, Castro was a guy when he initially came up, was pretty much an opposite field hitter, slapped the ball around, used his speed to get on base, but has grown into his body and now hits for a lot more power.
And like Castro, Arcia getting off to an early start. He just turned 22 2 days ago. Castro had all those hits before he was 25. On par almost with Pete Rose. That Giants game in Washington's now a final. San Francisco behind Matt Cain wins at 7-1. Dodgers shut out the Red Sox in LA. They won that one 3-0. Padres have taken a lead at Petco Park. They lead the Phillies 6-3. They're in the 5th. Well, that American League Central is getting interesting. The Tigers are making a run. They beat the Mets 6-5 today. Indians won in New York over the Yankees 5-2. Looked like the Tribe might win that one in a runaway, but the Tigers have been red hot since the All-Star break.
They won 9 of their last 10 before today.
Oh, 2 on Orlando Arcia. In the hole, that's by Lamb and through Owings. AR heads for third, and he's in there. Boy, Arcia really thread the needle that time. And he's got his 3rd big league hit, his 2nd tonight.
Jake Lamb couldn't quite get there, but does get leather on it. That deflects it away from Chris Owings.
Left fielder.
Doubt if they'd be able to get Arcia at first base anyway, but it would have saved VR going from 2nd to 3rd as that ball was slowed down into shallow left field.
Ryan Braun, a 3-run homer his last time up against Evan Marshall. First batter Marshall faced, coming on in relief of Patrick Corbin. And it looked something like this. A hanger out over the plate to dead center, and that's Braun's 17th. One out in the inning. VR at 3rd, Arcia at 1st. Braun has knocked in 4 tonight. He drove in the first Brewers run back in the 1st inning with a sacrifice fly.
That double play ball. Braun has grounded into 13 double plays this year. Only Chris Carter's grounded into more for the Brewers.
Fly ball right field. The Osmani Tomas will watch it go. Ryan Braun back-to-back 3-run homers. And it's 9-0 Milwaukee. A 3-run shot in the 6th and another in the 7th. 25th multi-home run game of Ryan Braun's career.
Ball's actually on the inside corner of the plate. Braun pulls his hands in and shows good power to the opposite field there.
Another rough outing for Dominic Leone. Hernan Perez has singled and doubled. Dominic Leone has now given up runs in 5 consecutive appearances. 0-2. Seven RBIs for Ryan Braun. That ties a Milwaukee record. Sacrifice fly in the first, a 3-run homer in the sixth, and another in the seventh. Called strike 3. Second strikeout for Leone. 2 down. Here's Ryan Braun. 2 homers and 7 RBIs tonight. Chris Carter now. You know things have gone awry when Chris Carter has walked twice in the ballgame.
Yeah. World is upside down.
2 walks and a single. Carter hitting only 155 since the All-Star break.
Got away with an 0-2 fastball there in the inner third of the plate, mid thighs.
And Leone gets 3 strikeouts in the inning, but Ryan Braun gets his second 3-run homer of the ball game, and the Diamondbacks are down 9-0.
2-hit shutout baseball. He's had it all working. Our Cox high-speed highlights. Unfortunately, the Brewers starting pitcher putting together one of his best outings of the season. A couple of nice defensive plays behind him, but there's not a lot of hard hit balls against Matt Garza. Diamondbacks' best chance to score was in that 6th inning. They had the bases loaded, but unfortunately left them loaded.
Yeah, Garza so far 6 scoreless innings. He's given up only 2 hits. He's walked 2 and struck out 3. And Brandon Drury leads off the D-backs 7th, down 9-0. Brandon 0 for 2 so far. Mentioned that David Peralta was originally in the starting lineup tonight, but he was scratched with a sore wrist on. It was suffered on the play last night when he made that great catch up against the right field wall late in the ball game. So Peralta will sit this one out. Brandon Drury in there instead. Slider got away from Garza, and it's 2-1. Garza missed much of the first half of this season with an injury. Brewers put him on the DL right as the season began with a right lat strain. And about a month later, he was moved from the 15-day disabled list to the 60-day. He did 3 rehab appearances with the Class A Wisconsin Timber Rattlers of the Midwest League. So they got a 3-game peek at Garza. And he finally made his first big league start about the middle of June. This is only his 10th start this year. Ties up Drury, and it's 2-2.
And one thing the Brewers do, you mentioned the Wisconsin Timber Rattlers in the Midwest League. When my son Michael played in Peoria with the Cubs, they got to play a game at Miller Park against the Wisconsin Timber Rattlers while the Brewers were on the road somewhere. They played a Class A ball game. I think they had about 24,000 in the house for that game. What a thrill for those young A-ball players.
Fred Big Game Bauer has that one. Our Golden Glover down the right field line. It's always a good idea. Just give them a glimpse. Bunch of teenagers at that level. That's Mike's dad, Fred Big Game Bauer. Kirk Foul Pole Farley is manning the left field line tonight.
Big Game Bauer. Does that mean Mike is no game Bauer?
Ooh. That's why he needs to wear that medical shirt. Try and give him some game. Look, it's just me, but if Vanessa makes a suggestion, I would listen. That's all. I trust her.
I think that's wise advice.
Her judgment, yeah. That's a fair ball. VR, hello. Almost threw that one into the seats. He's already got 1 throwing error in the ball game.
High chopper. Sounded like it might have hit off the plate. VR just has to wait for it to come down. Gets his body into a good position. I don't think he ever had a good grip on that baseball at all, obviously.
Well, both balls were hit by Brandon Drury that VR is thrown away. His 2nd error tonight and the 3rd for the Brewers. So E5 puts Drury aboard. And it's Wellington Castillo.
The 2 errors in the ball game tonight give VR 20 for the season.
Fastball missed inside. 1-0 on Wellington Castillo. The bases loaded walk in the 11th inning last night. Randall Delgado warming up in the Diamondback bullpen. We saw Randall briefly in the ball game last night. He only threw 4 pitches. 2-0 on Castillo. Well, he drives that one deep left field, and there it goes. Beef Wellington on the menu tonight. That's his 12th, and it's 9-2.
The comeback has to start somewhere. Might as well be with Wellington Castillo with a runner aboard. Brandon Drury reached on that error by Jonathan VR. Now Wellington Castillo gets a fastball inside part of the plate and just jerk pulls it out of here to left.
That's a jumbo jack. A free jumbo jack tomorrow with the purchase of a large drink from our friends at Jack in the Box. Chris Owings now. CO 0 for 2, can't check his swing, and it's 0-1.
Come on, man, let's keep going.
You can hear Chip Hale in the dugout. Let's keep going. There's the D-backs' 3rd hit tonight off Garza. Bullpen will get busy for the Brewers again. Juan Mariñez, the right-hander. Pitcher spot is up next for the Diamondbacks, and looks like Tuffy Gozawish is in the on-deck circle. There's Tuffy.
Garza up to 93 pitches on the ball game. Only the 2nd time he's gone over 90 this season. Back on July 1st against the Cardinals, he threw 103 pitches.
2-2 on Chris Owings. This is a guy who really struggled last year. Got so bad that when September rolled around, they wanted Garza to go to the bullpen to give some of their younger starting pitchers a chance, and he wouldn't go. So they shut him down for the rest of the year. Got a little contentious. Full count on Owings, 3-2. Chris, since his return from the DL, has played in a dozen games. He's hit 156. 0 for 2 so far tonight. That's after he missed 37 games. That plantar fasciitis in his left foot. CO drives it deep to right center. Buxton on the run, and he runs it down. Well, that was well struck. So Tuffy Gozawish will hit for Dominic Leone. Tuffy hitting 161 with a homer this season. He's played 11 games. He homered against the Blue Jays here at Chase Field on July 20th, and since then he's 0 for 15. Two and 0.
no doubting the fact that Matt Garza is one of the more intense pitchers in all of baseball. When he really gets into it, his eyes get wide, veins pop out on his neck. I'd like to see Matt Garza and Ryan Braun in a stare down.
Blinking contest.
Yeah, just lock eyes and let the two of them stare at each other. See who gives in first.
Three and one on Tuffy. Segura on deck. Ryan Braun, 7 RBIs tonight. That ties his career high and Brewers record. 10th time in franchise history Milwaukee has had a player with 7 RBIs in one game. Braun's done it the last 2 times. Full count on Gozawish now, 3-2. He walked him. Well, you're looking for base runners down 9-2. There's another one. And Craig Counsell would like to talk it over with John Tompane, so it looks like we'll get a double switch here. And indeed, I think Andy Wilkins is coming out of the Brewer dugout. So we'll sort it out when we come back. Diamondbacks on the board, but they trail it 9-2. Two in the 7th inning. What's next brought to you by CenturyLink. Starters in the series finale tomorrow. Jimmy's pitching Sunday. Jimmy's up against Archie Bradley.
Jimmy's not going to have any fun tomorrow.
Might be the rubber game the way we're headed here tonight. Diamondbacks trying to get back in this thing though. Double switch by Craig Counsell. New pitcher John Marinez, who has pitched for the Marlins, the White Sox, and the Tampa Bay Rays. Tampa Bay sold Marinez to the Brewers back in May. And he's pitched pretty well. 23rd appearance, an ERA just over 3.5. Andy Wilkins replaces Chris Carter at first base, so Wilkins checks in. He'll bat 9th. Pitcher spot is now 5th in the Brewers order. Segura 0 for 3, 0 for 8 in the series. Duffy goes a wish at first, 1 out. Drives it deep to center field. Way back and gone. Gene, the hitting machine. That's number 10, and it's 9-4.
sinker that started on the outer third, worked its way back to the inner third and down a little bit, and Gene Segura scoops it out of here to deep center field.
A pair of 2-run homers in the Diamondbacks' 7th, and it's a 9-4 ball game. Another Jumbo Jack, a free Jumbo Jack tomorrow with a purchase of a large drink from our friends at Jack in the Box. Michael Bourne. There's a tapper over the head of Marinas. Jeanette has to throw across his body and just does get Bourne. Now that's the second out in the 7th.
First baseman.
Here's Goldie.
Goldschmidt.
And with that Segura home run, that gives him 10 on the season. Diamondbacks now have 5 players in double digits in home runs this season.
D-backs 4 runs on 4 hits tonight. 2 balls and no strikes on Paul Goldschmidt. Two and two. DR's already got 2 throwing errors tonight. Low throw. Wilkins makes the scoop, and that's the end of the inning. But the Diamondbacks get a pair of 2-run homers. First Wellington Castillo, then Gene Segura. And as we head to the gate, they trail the Brewers 9-4. Brewers had a 9-0 lead. 2 3-run homers by Ryan Braun, who was tied a Brewers franchise record with 7 RBIs tonight. Diamondbacks get 4 back in the bottom of the 7th. 2-run homers by Wellington Castillo and Gene Segura. So that's where we are as we start the 8th inning. A new battery for the Diamondbacks. The pitcher, Randall Delgado, his 50th appearance this year, a 4.83 ERA. Tuffy Gozawish takes over behind the plate for Wellington Castillo. Tuffy will bat 9th, pitcher spot now 7th in the Diamondback order. Scooter Gennett leads off the 8th. He's 0 for 4.
Yeah, Randall Delgado with a third of an inning last night got Ryan Braun to ground out to second base, part of a 5-inning 2-hit shutout performance by the D-backs bullpen in the ball game last night.
Boy, they were outstanding. Hathaway, Delgado, Burgos, Barrett, Hudson, Lowen. Lowen wound up with a win.
6 strikeouts combined, only 1 intentional walk.
There's Steve Hathaway's done a very good job his last 3 appearances. Jeanette off the glove of Segura, top shelf, and he won't get there. Just able to knock it down. He almost made a spectacular leaping grab. First base hit of the ball game for Scooter Jeanette.
Center fielder.
It's hit right on the button by Jeanette. Gene goes up. It's right in the very tip of the webbing of the glove and then kind of boomerangs back into the infield. It's a good thing he did knock that down. That ball may have gone all the way to the pool in right center as hard as it was hit.
Yeah, that was smoked. Well, what a series it's been for Keon Broxton. He got the start in center field. He had that pinch hit home run last night off Braden Shipley that tied the ball game to lead off the 7th inning. He got the start tonight, and he's done a tremendous job trying to bunt for a base hit at least here, and he's going to reach safely. Keon Broxton, 4 hits and a walk.
Catcher, Martin.
Well, that's a perfect bunt. Got it out off the end of the bat, so the ball just trickled down that third base line and then died in front of Jake Lamb. No play anywhere.
Broxton has doubled, walked, singled, stolen a base, RBI single, now a bunt single. Martin Maldonado, the catcher. Brewers have now out-hit the Diamondbacks 15-4. Maldonado so far 0 for 2 with a walk. Boy, the Rockies keep pouring it on the Marlins. They lead Miami now 12-4 in the 8th inning at Coors Field.
Yeah, we told you about that Giancarlo Stanton 504-foot home run earlier in the ball game for the Marlins. He's been taken down for a pinch hitter. That couldn't have made him too happy. But Ichiro got a single, an infield single for career hit 2,999 in the major leagues. Stanton hit one 504 feet and Ichiro hit one about 20 feet.
Well, one of them's headed to the Hall of Fame for sure. I would still put Ichiro on my list of greatest players over the last 50 years. He'd be on the list somewhere. He would.
Oh, I can't argue with that.
I see members of our staff shaking their heads at me, that's all. But I'll take him. You don't want him, I'll take him.
Especially in his prime when he could really run. I mean, he still runs well, but he was crazy good running the bases. Tremendous defender in the outfield. Going to get 260 hits in one season. The knock on Ichiro was he doesn't walk enough. Well, you get 260 hits, you don't need to walk very often.
242 hits as a rookie in 01. 262 hits in 04. He's a career .314 hitter in the major leagues. That's just the U.S. of course. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 200 hit seasons. 10. Oh, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 Gold Gloves.
Oh, is that all?
Yeah. Long time, of course, Seattle Mariner. Several years with the Yankees, now in his 2nd season in Miami. That one is smoked by Ed Cedar at third. Look out, Ed.
The thing I used to enjoy about watching Ichiro, once again, when he was really in his prime, He was so into every pitch. I mean, even standing out in right field where we see guys working on their batting swing and looking at their shadow during day games and flipping their glove up in the air. Ichiro expected every ball to be hit to him, every pitch. Always was ready to go. He'd do stretching exercises out there in right field between pitches when other guys were, looking up into the stands or talking to the guys in the bullpen. Ichiro was getting ready in case he needed to make a throw on the next play.
And he had a cannon for a throwing arm. We mentioned all the hits and the Gold Gloves. Oh, by the way, he's stolen over 500 bases in the major leagues. And there's only a handful of guys in history who are in the 3,000 hit, 500 stolen base club. Smashes one right at Drury, and Brandon leaps up and snares it. One away in the 8th.
Mike Trout homered again today, his 160th of his career, and he turns 25 tomorrow.
Now we're looking. Andy Wilkins
tied with Albert Pujols and Frank Robinson for 7th most homers prior to their 25th birthday. Pretty good company.
Wilkins 15 at bats in 17 games with Milwaukee. His only hit this year, a home run. The first big league home run of his career. It came off Dominic Leone last week at Miller Park. Skies this one high to right center. Bourne drifting over. Tomas calling for it now. He's got it. Jeanette will tag and head for third.
We're talking about Ichiro's cannon. 122 outfield assists, 3rd among active players.
One of the greatest players the last 50 years for me. He's on the list. The R's had a great series. He was on base all night last night. 2 hits. He walked twice. And now tonight, 3 for 4, 2 doubles, a single, and a base on balls. He scored 3 times from the leadoff spot.
I know another guy that would be on that list of 50 greatest would be Ken Griffey Jr., whose number was retired today at Safeco Field in Seattle.
They hung, you know how they fly that game at Seahawks, the flag at Seahawks games with the 12s, you know, those people, the 12s, they drive everybody crazy.
Yeah.
But they had a 24 for Griffey that they hung from the top of that Space Needle.
Yeah.
Blue Angels did a flyby. They had a whole ceremony.
Wow.
Mariner fans with us right now. Seattle hosting Mike Trout and the Angels. Anaheim leads that 6-4 in the 6th. 2-0 on VR. It's tough to say was, Ichiro or Mike Trout better than Babe Ruth or Ted Williams or Joe DiMaggio. I think you got to figure out a point of demarcation somewhere along the timeline. Such a different game at different points along the way.
Well, as fans have come to realize from our Geico This Day in Major League Baseball history, back in the day, guys would go 18 inning complete game. Both pitchers would go 18 innings in a game. And as a hitter, if you're seeing the same guy 6, 7, 8, 9 times in a ball game and pitch count gets up around 300. You can tack on some offensive numbers that you can't do nowadays. I mean, after the 5th or 6th inning of a ball game, it's usually a steady parade of relief pitchers out of the bullpen throwing 98 miles an hour, and
And a lot of talk about that, limiting reliever use, because the back end of these games has just become so bullpen dominant. 3-4 guys in a row all coming out throwing 98 with fresh arms. The offense kind of fades toward the end of the game and frankly hurts the drama a little bit. The entertainment value is down. So the bullpens are out ahead of everybody else, and they may have to alter the rules to even things up.
Well, that's a bullpen that has been used frequently this season.
And Steve Hathaway pitched very well lately. Enrique Burgos. 3-2 on Jonathan Villar. Broxton takes off, fly ball center field. Michael Bourne backing up on a warning track, and he's got it. We'll head to the home half of the 8th. Diamondbacks down 5.
Jody Jackson alongside Joe Borowski as we get set for D-backs Live, presented by CenturyLink, our post-game show. Joe, this game did not start the way the D-backs wanted, and right now being down by 5, but what we saw in that 7th inning, 4 runs, 2 2-run homers, shows you this D-backs team, they've got the offense to be able to mount a comeback right now.
Yeah, unfortunately the Diamondback pitchers, not a good job today, but the offense is trying to get into this. 2 innings left.
No question. All right, we'll see if they can make it interesting, guys. We'll see you after the game with the post-game show.
Okay, thanks, Joe and Jody. Jake Lamb will lead off the 8th inning. Diamondbacks down 9-4. Jake tonight has singled and walked. He's 1 for 2. During the break, your staff was vigorously defending their anti-Ichiro stance by coming up with a list of guys who they say are all better than Ichiro. And I picked 4 or 5 guys right off there. I think I'd rather have Ichiro than, no disrespect to anybody, of course, you're nitpicking here, but Paul Molitor is a good example, a great player. There's a ground ball to Jeanette at second base. I think I'd rather have Ichiro than Paul Molitor. The Paul Molitor contingent has been heard from. Ryan Sandberg was another name. Now these are difficult choices, and there's never a wrong answer. But I think I'd rather have Ichiro than Rhino. I'd rather have Ichiro than Wade Boggs. You can. It's all nitpicky, but it's a great discussion. Monty Tomaso for 3.
What about Yaz?
No. Tonke. Yaz is on a whole other stratosphere.
You don't even want to think about that one for 2 seconds?
Captain Carl, baby. This was Ichiro's 2,999th hit tonight at Coors Field. He's 1 from 3,000.
Left fielder.
Oh, look at Arenado. He did that barehanded.
And he's 1 away from 3,000.
So Ichiro 1 shy of 3,000 for his career. Brandon Drury now. What now? Where do you stand on the whole Ichiro thing? Yeah, you have the list in your hot little hands.
I'll give you Ichiro, and I'll take everybody else on this list.
Give me some names on the list that you would take Ichiro over.
Oh man,
it's a tough job. It's not easy. These discussions are really difficult. Let me read some names. Let's try it that way. Uh-oh. Brandon Drury takes one. Ichiro or A-Rod?
Ichiro.
Ichiro or Joe Morgan? Yeah, see?
Joe had a little more thunder, a little more pop. Hit a few more homers, but both tremendous base stealers, both great defenders. I don't know.
Yeah, see, it's a push.
It's tough.
Ichiro or Cal Ripken Jr.?
Ichiro.
See? Ichiro over Wade Boggs?
Oh, yeah.
Now, this is a tough one. Ichiro or George Brett?
Ooh.
I'm taking Brett there.
Well, yeah, I know George Brett. I played against George Brett a little bit back in the day, and I know what kind of a guy he was. I'll take him on my team every day of the week.
How about Ichiro or never know, Chipper Jones?
Chipper Jones.
Never know.
Well, I know Chipper Jones also, and he's a pain in the butt, so I think I'd take Ichiro.
How about this? Ichiro or Rod Carew?
Ichiro.
Over Rodney.
Yeah.
That's a tough
I like Rodney. He was a tremendous player. Very conscientious, just like Ichiro. They took his craft very, very seriously.
Ricky Weeks Jr. now. Pitcher spot 2 up for the Diamondbacks, and here's Weeks. Ichiro or Ozzie Smith? Each one double-digit Gold Gloves. To me, that's Ichiro, easy.
Yeah.
How about Ichiro or Derek Jeter, number 2? See, you can only upset people. That's the thing about this.
I still like Ichiro.
I'm with you. I think you have to fire your staff.
They can be a little misguided at times,
Well, yeah.
but their heart's in the right place.
Well, I'm not sure that's true. Two 2-0 on Ricky Weeks Jr. Up and in, 3-0. Bullpen is busy for the Brewers as this inning is getting away from Jan Marinez. Well, there's our buddy Carlos Torres. Phone is ringing out there in the Brewer bullpen. He pitched very well in the ball game last night. A walk and a strikeout in 1 inning. 3-0 on Weeks. Manny Tomas at second, Brandon Drury at first. 1 away. Popped it up, first base side, foul ground. Andy Wilkins. 2 outs. The staff is countered. Let's wrap up this discussion. Ichiro or Barry Bonds? Come on, you're getting desperate now. He's thinking it over.
Well, there are extenuating circumstances.
What do you mean?
Well, rumors.
Yeah. 2 on and 2 out for Chris Owings. CO tonight 0 for 3. Tomas at second, Drury at first. Bangs it to center, but Broxton is there.
Stop it.
Well, he covers a lot of ground out there in those gaps. That'll send us to the 9th inning. Diamondbacks trail at 9-4. Trail the Brewers 9-4. We continue our Ichiro discussion by showing you this. This is his attempt at base hit number 3,000. And the Rockies do manage to record the out right there. Ichiro had got number 2999 in his previous at bat, and that is likely going to be his final at bat tonight. The Marlins trail the Rockies 12-5 in the 9th inning. New pitcher for the Diamondbacks. Got the win last night in extra innings. It's the left-hander Adam Lowen. Lowen 4 appearances with the Diamondbacks this year. He's given up only 1 hit. Orlando Arcia will lead it off for the Brewers in the 9th. They have out-hit the D-backs 15-5 and lead it 9-4. And Arcia has had a good night. A walk, 2 singles. He scored 3 runs. Just his 4th game in the big leagues. 22-year-old shortstop. Ryan Braun on deck. Braun has already tied a Brewers franchise record with 7 RBIs tonight, a pair of 3-run homers. A 3-run homer in the 6th off Evan Marshall. Another 3-run shot in the 7th off Dominic Leone. He also drove in Milwaukee's first run of the ball game with a sacrifice fly back in the 1st inning off Patrick Corbin. 2-1 to Arcia. leadoff walk. Arcia on base for the 4th time tonight. That'll bring up Braun.
Left fielder Ryan Braun.
Well, the boos keep getting louder each at bat for Ryan Braun.
He's had a good night, a career night in fact, 7 RBIs. This is a guy who's hitting over 360 this year versus left-hand pitching. Over the glove of Segura and into right, a base hit for Braun. Arcia stops at second. Ryan Braun aboard for the 4th time tonight. A walk, 2 homers, and now a single.
Once again, a pitch on the inside part of the plate, maybe even on the inside corner, and Braun takes it the other way.
"16 hits for Milwaukee." Here's Hernan Perez.
At the plate, right fielder Hernan Perez.
You know, you were a much better hitter than Ichiro.
Really?
Yeah, your staff and in defense of their efforts tonight have come up with a stat. Ichiro, in just over 10,000 plate appearances, has 113 career home runs. Bob Brenly, in a little over 3,000 plate appearances, 91 home runs. So you were way better than he was.
Well, and they pitched me tough, you know. I had played half my games at Candlestick.
Oh yeah.
Couldn't shoot a ball out of there with a howitzer.
Much higher percentage per plate appearance.
Sure.
So that might start a whole nother version of this game. Bob Brenly or ...
I think not.
Fill in the blank.
Well, I had a card. Let me see if I can find that. Yeah, we were talking about Ken Griffey Jr. getting his number retired tonight at Safeco Field as Perez goes down on strikes. Jr.'s first 5 major league seasons, he played a total of 845 games. 306 batting average, 172 homers, and 543 RBIs. In my entire career, I played 871 games, hit 247 with 91 homers and 333. So
you were better than him too.
I got no.
Jake Elmore now hitting for the pitcher, and naturally that's going to bring out Mike Butcher. Elmore 26 games this year. He's hitting a .189. Series finale tomorrow. It's a 1:10 first pitch. Diamondback Live pregame show at 12:30 on Fox Sports Arizona. And what we anticipate will be the rubber match of this 3-game set. Archie Bradley on the mound against Jimmy Nelson for the Brewers. After that ball game, we fly to New York City. Off day on Monday. 3 against the Mets starting Tuesday. Zach Greinke will be back from the DL. He'll start the opener of that game at Citi Field of that series against the lefty Steven Matz. And Wednesday night, Robbie Ray versus Bartolo Colon. And Thursday afternoon, that's a morning ball game. Here at home, Zach Godley takes on Thor, Noah Syndergaard. 1-0 on Elmore. And we're off to Boston for 3 against the Red Sox. Red Sox lost at Dodger Stadium today, 3-0. And a Rockies game is now a final. They beat the Marlins 12-6. Giants won in Washington, beat the Nationals 7-1. Padres right now at home lead the Phillies 8-4. They're in the 8th at Petco Park. 2-1 on Jake Elmore, ASU Sun Devil and former Diamondback draftee, a 34th round pick by the D-backs back in 08. Orlando Arcia at second, Ryan Braun at first. Lowen, who walked the first batter he faced, the rookie Arcia. And then gave up a single. LeBron is now behind on Elmore, 3-1. There is a right-hander warming up at the Diamondback bullpen. And he walked him. The bases are loaded. It's 9 walks issued by Diamondbacks pitchers tonight. Scooter Gennett single his last time up. 1 for 5 tonight. Bases loaded, 1 out. And there's a ball, 1-0. Zach Godley, who's scheduled to start that game Thursday at Citi Field in New York, is warming up with the Diamondback bullpen. Lowen's worked himself into a jam here. Base is full, 1 down, 2-0 on Gennett. 10 walks is the season high allowed by the Diamondbacks. That was April 7th against the Cubs. They've walked 9 tonight. Scooter Gennett hits lefties. He's hitting .290 versus left-hand pitching this year, and that was a swing of a guy that does hit lefties. He's homered twice off left-handers this year. Lowen's got him all tied up in knots. It's 2-2. What happens if you would take a swing like that against Nolan Ryan and not connect?
I was just thinking the same thing. Even with the bases loaded,
he did. Yeah.
He'd have got thumped on the next pitch.
Arcia, the runner at third. Braun at second. Elmore at first. The count is full, 3-2. Left field for Drury. And Brandon runs it down. Arcia tags and scores, and it's 10-4. And once again, the Diamondbacks have given up double-digit runs. That's been a recurrent theme lately.
Center fielder Keon Broxton.
Well, they have had no answers for Keon Broxton in this series. He homered in his only at bat last night. And tonight he's reached base safely in all 5 plate appearances. A double, a walk, and 3 singles. He has stolen a base. He's got an RBI. 2 on and 2 out. Center field. Bourne coming in. It drops in front. Another hit for Broxton. Ryan Braun is home with the 11th Brewer run. And Keon Broxton is 5 for 5.
He's hit some balls right on the button. He put down a bunt base hit. This one right off the end of the bat. Just a little floater into shallow center field. With 2 outs in the inning, Ryan Braun off on contact will score ahead of the Michael Bourne throw to the plate.
The catcher, Martin Maldonado. Brewers with 4 in the 6th, 3 in the 7th, now 2 in the 9th. They have out-hit the Diamondbacks 17-5. 0-1. That gets to the backstop. It goes through Tuffy and everybody moves up. Elmore to third, Broxton to second. Wild pitch, charge to Adam Lowen.
Ichiro or Keon Broxton?
Oh, Broxton.
At least today.
Yeah, that's right. What a series he's had. Well, Lowen's walked 2 in the inning, and he's behind on Maldonado 3-1. Godley still throwing in the Diamondback bullpen. He's scheduled to start Thursday afternoon in New York. He walked him. That's 10 walks issued by D-backs pitchers tonight. Ties a season high. 3 in this inning by Adam Lowen, and Chip Hale is headed to the mound. So Godley will come in. Back after this. umpire John Tumpane as Zach Godley comes in to try and finish off this top of the 9th inning with the bases loaded, full of Brewers and 2 outs.
I think there's an issue with the mound. A lot of pitchers have been out there tonight. That big landing hole out in the front is just giving Zach Godley some issues as he strides out there to deliver the ball to home plate.
Yep. Grant Trenbreth and his crew will get out there and patch it up real quickly.
Zach's trying to wave him off. Certainly you don't want anybody to get hurt out there trying to extend their stride just so they don't land on the edge of the landing hole.
There's Grant in the gray t-shirt in the center there. Does such a great job along with his entire crew here. They have a very difficult job maintaining this field given the conditions and everything you go through here in the desert. And these guys are the best. Every time a visiting TV crew comes in here, they're fascinated by the condition of the field, which is always really good considering. And they want to know, well, how often is the roof open? How often is it closed? When do they water the field? What do they do? And it really is a process. It's a very unique circumstance here in this ballpark, living here in the valley.
And the grass can only take so much sun, but it needs some sun every day.
And then you also have to close the roof a certain amount of time before the ball game starts. Otherwise, the seats are too hot for the people to sit in. And then, of course, you can open up at night and water it when you need to. But it's never easy here.
Not that it ever happens here very often, but if there's a lack of sun in the off season, occasionally you'll come in here to the ballpark and they've got these big trailers with huge lights on.
Oh yeah.
That they'll pull out onto the field, areas that need a little extra sunlight.
And of course they had an ASU graduation ceremony on this field. They've had some concerts as well.
For years it was George Toma. Wasn't he considered to be the elite groundskeeper in baseball? And they
called him the sod father.
Yeah, they would fly him to Super Bowl sites and other events to work on the grass at the various venues. And
he was the Royals guy.
Yeah, yeah. And I think, you know, because of the technology, the retractable roof stadiums, and I think Grant Trenbreth has been an advisor to a lot of the newer ballparks with retractable roofs as to how to keep the grass going, how to keep the ballpark cool, how long does it take for the air conditioning to cool down so that the fans are comfortable come game time.
Well, they're talking about a new ballpark in downtown Dallas for the Rangers. They're out in Arlington right now, and that because they get so much, obviously, heat and weather there. They get a lot more weather than we do. That ballpark is going to need a roof, they say. So that's becoming more and more the way to go with some of these modern ballparks. Put a roof on it and let's not worry about rain delays. But, you know, that's only another $300 million or so.
Yeah, pocket change.
Yeah. We'll see if this is to Zach Godley's liking. The hitter for the Brewers is going to be Andy Wilkins. They have 2 runs in the inning. They now lead at 11-4, and its bases loaded, 2 outs. The numbers on Zach Godley this year, and again, he is scheduled to start that series finale in New York Thursday afternoon against the Mets at Citi Field. It's supposed to be Zach Godley versus Noah Syndergaard. This could just be, well, throw a few pitches on a throw day anyway, right?
Yeah. And that's when you know your bullpen is a little taxed, when you start holding back starting pitchers from their side sessions. You know, save it till later in the ball game just in case we need another arm. And here's Zach Godley in the ball game in the 9th inning.
And then if he doesn't get in the game, he could throw afterwards.
After the game, he'd probably be down there in the bullpen throwing a side session.
So here we go. Wilkins and Godley. Bases full of Brewers, 2 outs. Wilkins flying out to right in his only other at bat tonight. Jake Elmore, the runner at third. Keon Broxton, who's had a 5-hit night at second. And the catcher Martin Maldonado at first. Slap the other way. It's headed toward the corner. just foul. Wilkins' only hit this year is a home run.
He hit that ball a long way to the opposite field on what looked like a defensive swing. It didn't really look like he was trying to drive it out that direction, but that ball had plenty of home run distance.
On a Broken Arrow, Oklahoma played at the same high school as Archie Bradley, although Wilkins was a few years ahead of Archie there. Archie starts tomorrow against Jimmy Nelson. That pitch is a ball, and it's 2-1. Wilkins went on to play collegiately at the University of Arkansas, 5th round pick by the White Sox in 2010.
Well, you might see Wilkins in there against Archie Bradley tomorrow. Day game after a night game. Chris Carter didn't exactly light the world on fire tonight, although he did draw a couple of walks.
Wilkins hammers this one toward the right field corner, and it bounces off the wall. Elmore scores. Broxton is home. They'll stop Maldonado, and it's a 2-run double for Andy Wilkins. 13-4 Brewers.
When this guy makes contact, it makes a loud noise off his bat, right down there where he likes it. A curveball working its way down, whips it into right field. Oh, hop off the wall out there, scoring 2 more.
Jonathan Villar, the leadoff man, 9th Brewer to bat in this 9th inning. He's got 3 hits tonight plus a walk. He scored 3 times. Diamondbacks have now given up at least 10 runs 4 times in their last 6 games and 14 times this year. They've been out hit tonight 18-5. Late swing by Villar, and Godley's ahead 1-2. Saw that in Zach's last start. On certain pitches, he'll sort of overthrow it and end up having to sort of run off the side of the mound because he's got so much momentum toward the first base side. Base hit for Villar. Maldonado will score. Here comes Wilkins right behind. The throw from Tomas is cut off, and it's a 15-run Brewer night. That's 4 hits for Jonathan Villar. (15-4), and Milwaukee is batted around in the 9th.
Make it stop.
Orlando Arcia led off the inning with a walk. (15 runs on 19 hits for Milwaukee, both season highs. Jake Lamb at third. And the inning ends a 6-run Milwaukee 9th. They lead it 15-4.
Way too much to not nearly enough. Hey fans, anytime the D-backs score 5 runs or more, Taco Bell is giving away 3 free tacos with the purchase of a large drink between 4 and 6 the following day at participating locations.
New pitcher for the Brewers. Phil Horn with oil and Goforth. It's David Goforth, his 10th appearance. An ERA over 10. Manny Pena has taken over behind the plate for Martin Maldonado. So a new battery for Milwaukee. Pena now catching.
Leading off for the D-backs, catcher, Tuffy Gozowish.
Tuffy Gozowish leads it off. Coming at you. Defensive changes along with a new catcher for the Brewers. There's Pena behind the plate. Just his 3rd game in the big leagues this year. Hernan Perez takes over at 3rd. He was in right field. And Ramon Flores is the new right fielder. Tuffy strikes out, 1 away.
Defensive changes for Milwaukee this inning. Now catching number 9.
Gonna bring up Gene Segura. Segura homered his last time up. His 10th of the year.
Now in right field, number 18, Ramon Flores, and now pitching number 32, David Goforth. Now batting, second baseman Gene Segura.
One and one. Diamondbacks with 5 hits tonight. 2 of them are 2-run homers, both in the 7th inning. Gene Segura his 10th. And Wellington Castillo is 12th. One and two. Swing and bunt. No play for Perez. Segura's got his 2nd hit tonight.
Center fielder Michael Bourne.
Michael Bourne 0 for 3 with a base on balls. Well, quite a contrast on this homestand for the Diamondbacks in terms of batting average with runners in scoring position. So far, the Nationals and the Brewers have gone 26 for 71 at the plate with runners in scoring position. Diamondbacks 4 for 31. 2 and 1 on board. And as the third. Hit the force on Segura. That's it.
First baseman, Paul Goldschmidt.
Goldie, last man standing. He's 0 for 4. This one deep to left. That's off the wall. Michael Bourne is coming home around third, and he will score. It's 15-5. RBI double for Goldie, and that means tacos.
Very subdued tacos.
Yeah,
trailing by 10. We'll take the tacos.
Jake Lamb now. Jake has singled and walked tonight. 1 for 3. It's RBI number 70 on the year for Paul Goldschmidt. Diamondback Live post-game show coming up right after our ball game. Joe Borowski standing by with Jody Jackson. Series finale tomorrow. 1:10 first pitch. Archie Bradley against Jimmy Nelson. One and 2 on Jake Lamb. Padres ended up winning that game at Petco Park. They beat the Phillies 9-7. Rockies won at Coors Field 12-6 over Miami. Ichiro got a base hit. He's now 1 shy of 3,000. Giants 7-1 winners in Washington, D.C. They beat the Nationals. Dodgers shut out the Red Sox 3-0 in L.A. Two and 2.
Yeah, Big Papi got to start at first base in that game for the Red Sox against the Dodgers.
I saw he made a terrific play over there. Took a base hit away from somebody. Ross Stripling started that game for LA. A base hit for Lamb, and Williams will send Goldie home. He will score, and it's 15-6.
Still grinding out at bats. Jake Lamb with a hard ground ball through the right side. Will send Paul Goldschmidt home.
Yasmani Tomas another chance. Tomas 2 home runs last night. He's homered in 3 consecutive games. Singled his last time up. He's 1 for 4. Fly ball to right field for Flores, and that'll do it. Diamondbacks drop game 2 of this 3-game series 15-6. And Arizona has now allowed at least 10 runs 4 times in the last 6 games. And in those 6 games, they've been outscored 63-20.
And the Diamondbacks offensively putting up what you would consider to be enough runs to win most ball games, but double digits by the opposition really taking their toll.
But still a chance to win this series. The rubber match tomorrow afternoon. Archie Bradley and Jimmy Nelson, a 1:10 first pitch. Let's get Diamondbacks Live post-game show started. Joe Borowski standing by with Jody Jackson. Jody.
All right, thanks so much, guys. Yes, post-game show coming your way. And Joe, obviously, it starts with pitching. I mean, as the guys mentioned, the offense was able to get some runs in this one, but Patrick Corbin gave up too quickly, and again, the bullpen really struggled.
Unfortunately, starting and bullpen both struggled. Really didn't give the Diamondbacks a chance in this game at all. Like Steve said, chance to win the series tomorrow with the road match.
Certainly. All right, we'll break it down. Bob Brumley will join us for a bit. We'll have reaction from inside the clubhouse. And as always, we will hear from the manager, Chip Hale. It's all coming your way. Brewers defeat the Diamondbacks here on this Saturday night. Tomorrow will be the series finale. D-backs can win the series with a win here tomorrow. D-backs Live presented by CenturyLink comes your way in moments here from Chase Field. Stay with us right here on Fox Sports Arizona.